Welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our continuing effort to record everything we can of the original Mario Maker before our servers go down. 19 days from now, I believe, on the 8th of April. Time is getting short, and unlike many other streams that are reinvigorating attention to this game in final days, we will not be trimming any herbs. We will instead be taking our second day of play through this profile by Glackum, who we had talked about previously. It was a contributor to the first year of Mario Maker Anniversary Project, as well as somebody who is a Rayman series specialist and speedrunner, I believe. We've seen some fairly large-scale creations so far, many of them part of various thematic series, like a whole bunch of mountain levels early on, as well as the Colossal Climb series over here. So a lot of miniature super worlds, as we would call them now, that are all heavily thematic. So in the previous ones we saw, the last time we played Glackum's levels, it revolved heavily around simulating big vertical climbs, even though vertical subworlds were not yet in place in this game. And today it looks like we'll be beginning with a series that goes the other way, heading down into a daring descent with a good number of other levels in between. So let's get right into it. At this point, this is such a huge profile, and there is so little time remaining that I cannot guarantee that we'll get through everything, but we'll do the best we can. Frivolous Frost. And look at all these big mushrooms that we're not going to be using. Instead, we'll have a cape. And I guess we'll go down this way, but let's check. Oh, never mind. That's alright. At least we have some consolation. As we choose our weapon, or at least have it chosen for us. Cape would have been a lot better here, given all the spike tops. Yeah, I guess we just kind of go down pipe to pipe and see what we can do. Cape would have been, in fact, a lot better. Lots of icy crush blocks all over the place. And, oh, there we go. Now we just have to be pretty careful as we navigate this and find the pipe at the bottom every time. And, oh, that was going to be a bit of a problem. But we have a checkpoint right here. I feel like spinning here might be a mistake, given that there's no scroll stop or anything to speak of, and that it wouldn't be the way you would do a scroll stop anyway, typically. Should I try it? I mean, we'd right at checkpoint. Didn't actually mean to hold up out of that, but that's okay. Probably wasn't something destructible anyway, but just part of an illusion. If we do take a death here, then we will perhaps go back up. We're going to try to push through this. I think this is definitely the way you're supposed to do it, if you can actually get it done. Would have been nice for the Goomba to maybe pop over there just a little bit, instead of just popping in this location. Oh well, that's okay. That's going to work just as well. That, not so much. Spin jump all over the place was just fine. And then we kind of blew it. I do want to check this block here, just to pique my curiosity, since we got right at checkpoint. Yeah, no, didn't think so. And yeah, just spin jumping through here will do fine. I didn't actually see this Goomba on top, or rather under the spiny previously. I guess we didn't load it in that way, or maybe we just unstacked it somehow. Oh, let's get a bit more of a run here. There we go. And yeah, that little vacancy there in the coins did signify a power-up to me, so we'll just keep on going down. And down. I guess we could have whipped this and dropped that column. Oh, that would have been a lot better, in fact. Can we get up here? Not quite. That's okay. Well, the goal's right here, so... Let's just check this pipe, just to see what it's all about. I guess it's just... something that is aesthetically matching. Yeah, there is a bit of a loose branching path structure to some of these, as we saw with the Colossal Climb, that it is perhaps meant to accompany a map that you can visualize with branching paths, secret exits, and alternate levels. We don't exactly know how that is configured or how things are connected, but we're playing everything anyhow, so let's keep going. Still in the thick of 2015 over here. Very early on in his style. Here's another daring descent. This time it's Crumbling Crevice. Looks like spins all over the place. Unless it's some kind of time destruction. It spins all over the place. And we will try our best to do a slow fall every now and then. Oh, that was a problem. That's okay. Just means we won't have a slow fall, but maybe this will be progressive, and it is. But yeah, let's try not to spin unless we absolutely need it, although these moles are really beginning to mob us just a little bit here. That might have been a mistake, unless you can jump through. Yeah, there we go. I feel like that wasn't the ideal strategy, but we did it. I mean, you could have just popped through the yellow block column on the left side as well. I see, you were supposed to dodge the little crushing element here. Spin is a bad idea. That's okay. You're small. No harm done. However, there is the matter of this little chump that is bound to a screen position. And then... yeah, just need to avoid crush deaths like that, specifically. Alright, back to where we had to leave. It is not progressive, it's just a leaf. That's fine. It'll work perfectly well. And only for a time, though. Eventually we will need to bust down, but of course there is a path that's available to those who have lost mushroom. And then we'll just proceed cautiously and head down this way. Yeah, actually, we should have just whipped all of this to prevent the crush death. In fact, that's one of the reasons why the cape is very, very useful here. So much for the cape. Yeah, better to do that rather than just spinning everywhere. And then, down we go. And Mario, welcome. So yeah, here I think we can just whip either way, and then that way we avoid the crush death carefully. Now at this point, we can drop either swamp. That'll give us a platform to head down. I like how many strategic options there are all over this one. But yeah, it seems like the benefit of Cape mainly is just to whip the blocks. Oh, and we missed it. That's okay, we got that one. Those coins over there look like they probably signify 1-up or something. Nope, just another big one. Oh, so much for that. Now, assuming that we do still need to go down, let's... oh, so much for that. Oh, stood a little far over on that jump. That's okay, we're fairly early past checkpoint. Except, this time with no cape feather. Keep us company, at least unless this is just a feather directly. No, it is progressive. That was a bad idea. And Oh, there's a thwomp here. Okay, we previously didn't even see that. I guess maybe it didn't spot. Oh. That's okay, we're small, we can spin. And that was rather lucky. Now, oh, no feathers for us. That was a bad idea as well. We should not have done that. What you're supposed to do is land the munchers on top of the chomp, and open a passage up to the pipes. Keep going left in this area. This is... oh, just got pushed anyway, never mind. We should actually check the right side. Just in case there are more power-ups that we can actually use, or an easier route. Yeah, there we go, cape. It's a lot better. Of course, we haven't seen what this side is all about, and here's another flop just going to cut through, though. Yeah, occasionally you do see a little bit of spawn jank in this level, but that's just the nature of the thing. Oh, looks like we do need to spin. Or maybe not, we can just take damage. I mean, ideally we would have done some spins to get across all this without running into quite so much trouble, but that's okay, we'll head on down. Spin to win, yeah, pretty much. Haven't really been doing too much of that, but oh. Well, if you're small, well, first of all, you get jumped by a mole, but yeah, you're supposed to drop the munchers into the respective slots. I feel like you're definitely not supposed to destroy everything in that location. Anyway, Quality Humor, I hope you're doing well. Alright. Yeah, let's go to this side. I feel like it might be a bit more of a relaxed experience. There we go. Oh, let's let this back in place. This is a cape feather up here, so let's not touch it just yet. Yeah, this is, I think, going to be slightly better. There will be another obstruction soon one there. Let's see. Okay, and keep this. Maybe we'll be tall enough to hit the feather on the way down, and we will be, because it is progressive. Okay, that's much better, except we didn't get the cloud. And then, yeah, let's just spawn the moles anyway, and then... oh, I was just about to say, the feather significantly trivializes this, but then I decided to go ahead and lose it. I see, it's just a timed element here, where I guess... you're supposed to launch and then go, and perhaps... yeah, there's an exit door after that. Okay, that's actually comparatively simple. Let's... oh! Yeah, once again, I think that's not an actual gate off that pipe. Judging from experience. Because we did check these previously, they're just kind of virtual secret exits. But we'll try to get there whenever possible. Yeah, very densely packed level. That's what happens when you're playing with an element that counts against the ground budget. With only a few of those blocks hanging about on tracks. Yeah, in general, a lot of these levels have been getting a ton of juice out of a very little budget when it comes to elements that would count against the limit. Here's something that's not a daring descent. Here's Frosty the Unmoving's Cube Lake. That big ice cube that you see with the hat near the gold curtain, that looks like it's Frosty the Unmoving. I mean, well, you also see him in the thumbnail image now that I look at it properly and it has loaded. This is also a level that was uploaded fairly close to Mario Maker's first Christmas back in December 2015. Hence the theme, so let's take a look. And yeah, we just need to go over, see if there's anything in the middle, and there is. Symmetry is always very informative. The cheap dragon. Oh, the equally cheap piranha. Oh, speaking of which. Yeah, we're kind of in a bit of trouble here. Let's just die to the most trivial thing. You know, we can just... I was about to say we can just sneak under, but then of course I just had to slide directly into the fireball, which was not our proudest moments. And yeah, we'll just skip the mushroom, whatever. We know there's going to be another one very soon on top of this, so it's not progressive, it's just a shroom. Which means, oh, it's going to go all the way over there. Yeah, I didn't count the wall deflection for the mushroom there as a possibility. We should have looked at that. And maybe grab this fresh shroom as well, but that's okay. We'll just raise this piranha and go. Can't be that much of an issue, surely. There we go. Oh, that was a close one. There we go, much better. You just have an idea of where to stand. Anyway, up the tree and down here, and just these little cheap chains at this point. Wow, that was really fancy. That mega kill that we got there. Anyway, this swamp is going to take out some ice every now and then. I guess we could theoretically damage boost and get on top of it if we wanted to do something with this pipe, but it might just be something decorative. Similarly, I feel like we should definitely check this. No, there's nothing. Oh, we had something. Just not what I was hoping for. Hey, look at that boot. And we'll sacrifice the flower for that, but I think it'll be worthwhile. As boots typically are. We got a checkpoint. And then... okay, never mind. So much for the boot. However, we'll get to heal this and go. Oh. Terrible aim all over the place. But we'll dock that and continue. And lose it. Because we're terribly incautious that way. Oh! And... like I was saying. Yeah, because I guess this is like a... whoa, quick swim through the lake. There's a bit of a mega sea serpent that you see over there. Okay. Now we're in a very similar state to what we had before. Where we had already lost a boot. And then... oh, ran right into it. That's okay. And of course we just dunked the piranha on ourselves, that's okay. Oh, that's quite the column over here. It feels like we might have despawned the top part, or am I confusing it with... oh, no, just missed a cloud. Rather we jump back into our own cloud, that was not ideal. I don't think a fish will be in range to get me back up to the... oh, terrible correction. Yeah, actually we took the mushroom, we could have gone back for the boot immediately. Oh well. We should try that, in fact, just to have the extra hit available. The extra jump available, for that matter. There we go. We can reverse. Let's go back for the Ribbo shoe up top. Is this, in fact, going to be a flower? Yes, it is. Not quite as fancy a kill as we got before, but we'll take it. Okay, now we're in much better shape in terms of just being able to take hits. And, well, speaking of which... Okay, when we see stacks, let's not dunk things on ourselves. And let's leave the flower in case for some reason we want to go back. Alright, doing much better now. Straight up through that column. And we got a big one coming here. Oh, there we go. Just need to drop him. And then anything down here? Oh, there is. Oh, that's a bad idea. We should have gone up. Except, oh, never mind. Not really compensating properly for the ice. Yeah, let's just take the top path next time. Probably the top path is the better one. Given that you need to retain the cloud up to that point. The leaf is a potentially interesting touch there, though. Not that we have enough room to build up P-speed for flight. Oh yeah, we have to lose the boot here, unless we bounce directly on all the plants. Which I think is probably the intent, given that at that point, you're going cloud to cloud, so yes, you can keep the boot from this point, if you are careful about it. Which we are most certainly not. But yeah, at this point, it's kind of like you're under the lake. And having your own little submarine ride, like it's Yoshi's Island or something. Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll lose it. And off the cloud into the pipe. There's a checkpoint, optional checkpoint. Interesting. I wonder if we should drop out and get to leave. Next time, perhaps. I don't see how the leaf segment would connect to this bit anyway, unless the leaf is actually the secret. Because I feel like we're supposed to take damage off of that and then go up. That's curious. What's the name of this level? Frosty the Moving Cube Lake. Yeah, it looks like the intention is to stand on top of the muncher and then go up, but... no. Or at least scroll the camera by enough that it picks out some of the other bombs. Yeah, that's actually it. Yeah, the idea is to scroll the camera steadily over until it destroys the cube. So the cube is kind of like this big boss. It reminds me of the cube boss in Splatoon, actually. When it just keeps rolling around as best as it can for something cubical. Yeah, if we do take a death, it's oh, it's totally not crushing. Well, it's refusing to crush. It's just not doing it. It's out of position. We just needed to adjust the pixels, I think, so it could actually hit the bomb on the side. Oh, yeah, you're not allowed to go through from checkpoint, so you're not allowed to go through the leaf path from here. So much for that idea. Yeah, I don't think you can really get enough height to go up the top of the cloud anyway, but it's sort of interesting to consider, just as a possibility. No, it's not nearly enough momentum. Is this guy ever gonna crush? That extra tile here. Yeah, it's... There we go. Alright, and then we need to get on that vine, probably. There we go. And here's his little Christmas hat. Unfortunately, won't outright kill the muncher with this. Oh, okay. Oh, come on. Landing on top of the semi-solid. Yeah, let's take a look at the overall layout just to see where the exit pipe might have been for the leaf. I feel like that was secret alternative, but we'll see. Because I wasn't sure if that was the good path or the bad one, essentially, if you drop down below. Yeah, we don't see an alternate exit or anything from here, so... But perhaps it's a pipe stack that lets you take the leaf with you. Not that it's going to be particularly useful, I don't think. But anyway, we got it. Yeah, interesting idea for a boss. Just make the face and deface it. Daring Descent, Nimbus Noon. We're expecting clouds. Lots of clouds. Okay. Springs you out right away because that's the kind of thing you can do in Maker 1 when you build on goal. And oh yes, we'll need to spin through here. And oh, that's interesting. So it's showing you that you can raise these platforms using the spin by forcing this interaction to get through the gate. Very interesting way to make a tutorial out of that. That we're going to be manipulating gates that way. Okay, that's one way to do it. I guess we'll just spin some bombs otherwise. And... oh. And then, can we just go through here? Oh, wasn't expecting a muncher. There we go. So it's left side only. We had to guess a little bit for that one. No feather anymore to get me out of trouble, unfortunately. Too bad about that muncher, but this is the way. Yeah, so all of the Daring Descent ones so far have been in Super Mario World and all involve, whoops, going down a pipe in each successive segment. Natcat, welcome. Yeah, it's too bad that spring interaction that we saw right off the top just hasn't returned yet, actually. I thought it was rather neat. I don't think we'll be able to get out of here. Let's just wrap around. And then around like this. We'll just keep going. There's a little spiny crown over here that we're totally going to miss. Oh, and the munchers at every gate. We had to watch out for that. Okay, now here we have the springs. Oh, that's sort of interesting. This effect with the clouds everywhere that kind of makes it look like the walls are moving instead. But rather, there's a real illusion of motion here. I think the seasick airship camera bob actually adds that quite a bit in some ways, which is not something we often say. Yeah, big munchers through the pipe at the bottom. We'll go for the center. And try to drop in a little bit more accurately than we've been doing. And then, whoops, never mind. That's okay. We'll speed through it. Ever so slightly, and then... yeah, because you have to watch all these Koopas while positioning yourself through everything, and surprisingly disorienting for something that's just a pretty simple series of jumps mechanically. Okay, for once we'll keep the king. That's an improvement. Then it also means, so let's mine the bomb and mine that guy as well. Luckily the muncher did retract just in time. Yeah, with the cape it's a little easier. We don't quite know where we're going, but we'll sneak under, since the timing window did exist. And then we're going to have this boat that we're going to land on very shortly. Is it just a matter of getting under it? Possibly. And then we, yeah, have to make it down here before we get caught by any spike tops. Oh, very interesting. That is kind of this little maze here. We have to navigate the maze quickly. Oh. And basically race it. And then, oh. Yeah, bad idea. Yeah, it's a little race. Basically, as soon as it passes this to the right, then we start. And we can see where to go from point to point. We just need to not miss. Nope. That's close. Rather too close. And then we have to continue past here. And basically watch the timing to follow it over in this location. Yeah. And we fall. And then wait. Very interesting. Once again, just tons of interaction on a very low budget because it's, you know, using cloud blocks from the ground budget for everything. As with the turn block level before this one, it seems to be a bit of a recurring design pattern here. Anyway. Now we know why there are munchers and pipes everywhere, it just is in keeping with this central mechanic, and now we have to go down and back up without being crushed too badly. And then it's going to be a float down below. We do see some clouds up above as well, but... Oh. Yeah, that forces you down, so obviously we do need to have a bit of cape flight here. Let's... Or possibly even... Get on top... Oh, nope. Nope, we lost it. That's okay. Well, close enough. So far, we've seen that the top pipes off to gold don't actually lead anywhere. They're just cosmetic, so we didn't miss any playable content, so far as I know. Yeah, from the name of this level, I was expecting, you know, hopping between clouds again, but no, it just uses cloud tiles, and almost reminds me of a lot of those digging levels where you just have to pick up clouds all over the place and stacks with the SMP2 power-up in Maker 2, except without that, and without all the button spam, but similar navigational challenges, as we can see. Basalt Bats, that's a 0.42. I guess there is an easy mode version as well, if we really struggle with it, but let's take a look. Yeah, ground tile limitations were so much stricter in Maker 1 as well, which is why you saw so much, in terms of spacing, just kind of filled with semi-solids all over the place. Anyway, you're probably supposed to follow some of this coin pathway, but instead we're just going to do things a slow way and totally not take a speed route. Oh! I feel like we missed the opportunity. Oh no, it's going to go back. Okay, just needed to read that on the fly. No rising and falling lava, but still quite a bit to deal with here as we get momentum over to checkpoint 1. Then, yeah, we just try to wrap around the side. Falling blaster columns all over the place. We're just past checkpoint. So, a bit of a survival segment that makes it feel like you're constantly climbing upwards, even though we're still just on the same screen. Yeah, a lot of these levels really do love to lean into an illusion of verticality just by using moving parts to compensate for the constraints that you have with the overall screen height. Oh. And I read that one a little bit late. That's okay, we're getting to the point where we can This. Also, I feel like this room here is almost like a little tutorial for saying, yeah, when you're going through the big jump that's going to be at the end from left to right, you need as much momentum as you can. So, it's a little tutorial reminder here of what we're probably going to need to do for the last jump in the falling column room that's coming up immediately after this. So, let's get in. Then yeah, there's one right here. Whoops. Yeah, the reason I was going left was I was trying to get left to right momentum, but we didn't time that very well in relation to the falling column. But that's what it should be, I think. I don't think just a straight jump from left to right from a static position is going to cover that distance. Whoops. Yeah, momentum matters quite a bit for going blaster to blaster in most of these segments here that we see in this room. Okay. Whoops. Once again, yeah, I'm just trying to position it accurately, but I'm not compensating for the falling speed very well. But that's supposed to be the segment that gets you over the right side of the column and into the green pipe. Certainly the end. Yeah, quality humor, you do enjoy these minigame sections? Yeah. Well, they're completely in keeping with how the rest of the level has felt so far up to this point in terms of what you're doing. There's a lot of reading, moving platforms onto lava, and compensating for the sinking speed as well. There we go. That's exactly what we were going for in the first place, and we got it. Now, yeah, and then every time we've seen these little tutorial segments as well that totally throw you off. That, you know, this was a tutorial for what was to come 2 rooms later. And this is a tutorial for what is to come 2 rooms later. And we totally didn't play this wall at all because we've been relying on the ledge on the left side instead. Okay. Good. Moving blocks are fun. I played at least one of yours like this. I feel like I have, yeah. In Maker 2, anyway. Look at this quasi-conveyor here, too. Now here, we just need to read the top of the snake, so to speak, and we should be okay. Let's checkpoint 2. And look at this little thing here, just a mushroom check that's totally in keeping with the theme of the level. You have to admire little touches like that. You know, some people would just spend one entity to just put a grinder there and be done with it, but nope. Here, things are going to be thematically appropriate even when they are there to just dock a tile of height. I watch the ceiling over here, and then we're through. Okay. Then, oh, this is going to be a little bit tough. I didn't like that column. That was a tight fit. Not having Force Mushroom in 2 is pretty nice. Yeah, it simplifies things in some ways. Whoops. Yeah, we were doing just fine previously in this segment. And that was totally looking at chat death, or... yeah, riding the wave? Well, riding it a little too soon here. Oh. That's the thing, very easy to just be complacent at checkpoints. We have some moving parts going on. And... especially because we didn't have any trouble the first time here, so I didn't really have a sense of what the challenges and traps to watch out for are yet. Like this one, for instance. Can you make circles in one? You mean with tracks? I believe it was in circles, so I don't see why not, but... Because we've seen some pretty complicated curved track patterns all over the place. That's a good question. But I really don't see why not, just given how many curved tracks we've already seen. And how, in some ways, the tight overlaps between tracks are actually more flexible in 1 than in 2, from what we've seen. That I think it's actually more capable of densely packed track patterns. But I don't know exactly off the top of my head while I'm sort of in the middle of playing this, so... Something that people don't tell you about streaming is that as soon as you're kind of, you know, talking while you're playing, or game knowledge just kind of drops out all of a sudden in terms of memory for the fundamentals, which sometimes causes problems for things like puzzles or even just simple interactions for certain gates that you overlook. There we go. Yeah, Netcat, imagine talking while playing. Why don't you just, you know, get one of Netcat's microphones and be done with it? Okay, went over this column quickly. Oh, that's almost good. But yeah, basically, it's sort of greedily going over the central column as soon as you're able to without taking a crush on it seems to be the strategy here. Yeah, the striking thing is that I've seen so little of this kind of thing in Maker 2, even though mechanically it's not really that Maker 1 specific. That we don't often see people design with this style, where the ground elements, even if they are cutting the entity budget by being on tracks, the ground elements are really at the core of a lot of the designs we've seen throughout. Yeah, Quality Gamer, if you have your Wii U available, you grab the code off me, perhaps. When we get out of here, anyway, unless you want to scroll back on the VOD. I am displaying the code today, I think. Sometimes I forget, but... Anyway. Oops. You don't have a Wii U, and even if you did, you would have to spend like half an hour in Trimming the Herbs first. Yeah, it's sort of been interesting to see. So currently, what's happened in the past weeks since Trimming the Herbs became the last remaining level is that Ahoyo's profile has skyrocketed in likes. It's currently number 2 on the weekly chart. Previously, as some of you know from following this series, back in January and February, if I played a maker at all, I could usually send them into the top 10 or 20 just by playing the levels, because hardly anybody was going maker by maker or focusing as a community on anything very specific. But clearly, you know, as a result of some of the press coverage, I'm sure, and just a general awareness among people who hadn't really been thinking about the Maker 1 shutdown until this point, you suddenly have about, I don't know, maybe 200 players or so get on Ahoyo's profile and clearly just wipe out a Trimming the Herbs and drop a like on it. And that's happened within the last few days, and it's been a very noticeable effect for people who have actually been logging into Maker 1 regularly and going to the Maker tab, as I've been doing. Number 1 currently, naturally, is Bruh. which wasn't previously the case, but yeah, I just assume Bruh's been busy doing something to, you know, metagame the top charts like he did in Maker 2, even though, obviously, uploads have been gone for quite some time now. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's probably something. I mean, on the other hand, you know, like I've been saying, for anybody with a reasonably long list, just focused attention from a small handful of players, sometimes even one player, can be enough to skyrocket you up the charts. It would be anticlimactic if I had just jumped in and one-shotted out of nowhere. Well, see, that's what would reveal the true face of the streamer here, right? And that face is tool assistance, which we're definitely not seeing in action right now. But yeah, all those times that you see me just stare at a single puzzle room for 2 hours on end and make no progress, definitely tool assistance. Oh. Yeah, interesting to see this ending segment synthesize the concepts that have been throughout this level as well, where so far we've had blaster rooms, we've had hard block rooms, including the hard block snake that we saw earlier. And then in the presumptive finale in the room after this one, we all of a sudden hit both in conjunction. Okay. Nope, landed directly in that pumpkin. Now, because the subworld is auto-scroll, it is, isn't it? I thought it was. That tells me that the positioning of the... Yeah, it is auto-scroll. The positioning should be absolutely consistent when it comes to where the safe zones are for the lava. So we just need to find that. There are certain gaps that are definitely not safe, because that's where the blocks will dip. But of course it's an oscillating pattern. It's not going to be just one consistent location like a standing wave. It is specifically not a standing wave, it's a running wave? I don't know. But anyway, the nodes and antinodes are not stationary, that's what I'm saying. We can't just read one exact location as the target, we still need to read the target platform, but basically if we develop a working pattern, we can stick to it. Okay. And then, yeah, we're fine there, we just kind of slipped off a little bit. But basically, if we get into the middle of the screen there, we can just follow the curve, and we'll be okay. We can just get on top of the curve in the first place and not slip off of it. As long as we're not too tight along either the left or right screen boundary, and we have some flexibility to move when it comes to having to deal with the vertical columns that are floating about. We can approach this with a steady method. The screen boundary helps me quite a bit there with that landing, in fact. Alright, oh, missed it. Yeah, so you absolutely do need to go over the column at that point, and again, center yourself. Okay, up we go. And, oh, I was actually falling to the left of the leftmost block there. I was thinking that was the position we should go for, but this does make you, Quality Humor, want to continue our Hopscotch series. I think you've shown me at least one of those before, but I'm not exactly recollecting what the mechanic comment to those was. I'll have to think about that. I'm sure I played at least one of them, but that rings a bell. Oops. Thought about making one with ice blocks and call it On the Rock. Yeah. And that's how you like it served. Whoops. On the rocks. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was thinking, like, why would it just be on one ice cube? I mean, if that's how you like your cocktails, I won't judge, but... Okay. Oh. Yeah, some room for adjustment there when we are slightly off. Yeah, the screen boundary is just quite a bit over here. Okay. Now we need to... Oh, get around. That's okay. Salvage that one slightly. Oh, we were fine until I lost my footing there. We were too far to the left anyway. I just was very late on getting over to central columns. You absolutely just need to hold left into checkpoint, which I always do just a tiny bit late. But yeah, if we can get over those vertical columns, we're in good shape. Nope, trying to hug it a little too tightly there. Shouldn't be rushing it quite like that, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, at this point I don't know if I'm absolutely confident that it will get through the entirety of Glackum's profile. It's pretty huge, it's pretty close to the 100 upload cap. And we're about less than a third of the way through, I think, so we'll see, because there's not much time remaining to look at other makers, and I do have some lined up, so very likely what's going to happen in, say, the last week and a half or so of Maker 1 is that we're going to switch from doing profiles exhaustively to doing more, you know, greatest hits, recommendations. In some ways, some casual viewer levels or Discord levels where people just maybe show me 2 or 3. I've enjoyed the process of doing complete profiles so far to really see a retrospective of how people's styles have developed. We've seen many completely different kinds of makers over the course of this series. But time is very short, and I was about to say I'm definitely feeling the crunch, and then this bit at the checkpoint here made that literal. Yeah, Mega 1 viewer streams, we'll probably do at least one. I might do it. I mean, obviously, you know, we don't have a working Qbot for this anymore, but one thing I might do with that is because some people have been sending me lists of some of their favorites or some of their what they consider their own best levels, the ones that they really want to see on Discord and elsewhere anyway. That's, you know, if I see people show up, and then we'll just deal in a few of theirs at a time, perhaps. I also just located a really interesting See, I was trying to find where some maker codes of Japanese makers I know in Maker 2 were, which took a little bit of digging, and I found a recommendation list that was written on a Japanese forum back in 2017 that was 100 levels that player considered pretty outstanding. Among the non-Japanese levels on the list, a lot of those makers are familiar to us, and we've even featured probably a fifth to a quarter of those already, but there's a ton in there that I don't know, simply because of, you know, lack of contact with the Japanese side of the community. And so, one thing I definitely want to do is go through as much of that list as I can as well, just for discoverability purposes, because, you know, there's so many creations from the Japanese side of Maker, in particular the Maker 1, that are iconic among people who know them. And I have a couple of codes jotted down in that respect myself, of levels where I kind of wanted to track down the makers. But yeah, we'll definitely try to do some kind of showcase of that at some point as well. It won't really be as maker by maker as we've been doing so far, because we just don't have the time. But I want to do some kind of recommended level showcase, and, you know, we'll probably run it casually enough that we will effectively be taking viewer levels in that time. It's weird how split English and Japanese Mario Maker would be. Yeah, yeah. Not a lot of people had bothered to make that contact. One of the few people who really did, in some ways, was Kavek, since he does have just enough Japanese to be making a couple of those calls. And even so, that's pretty limited. There's a lot that we don't see that was iconic in Japan. Of course, Nintendo's own support for the game in Japan when it comes to community was in a very different situation as well, in terms of streaming partnerships and other media partnerships, and also some of the auxiliary content like the Mario and Yamamura comic series that we were talking about when we were running those levels a week or two ago, which did, I think, get some kind of localization briefly on the English website, but it's no longer around. But basically that was the kind of stuff that was being turned out on the Japan side, and I think Nintendo was also much more involved in showcasing community creations there as well. There was, of course, originally on the Make 1 website a level showcase that was very international, in which gave a huge boost to the accounts of some people we've already encountered here, but that was in the early weeks too, before the bookmark site, I remember. But yeah, certainly the network, as well as the official support, and also a lot of the design philosophies, top lists, etc., the overall culture, very distinct on the Japanese end. I think that's true of Maker 2 as well, from what we've seen, but... And then Maker 2, of course, I think the South Korean community developed in a very significant way as well. That's something we've tracked a lot of on our stream on the Maker 2 side. New soup speedruns, well, I mean, you see those all over the place in English Maker as well. Okay, missed this opportunity and this one. Yeah, we just kept missing the gap over there. Need some momentum there to get enough height, and it's difficult to do without slipping off of the wave. In that case, you weren't aware of how active the community was in Maker 1, nor was I until much, much later. I think in Maker 1 it was commonly the case that people sort of had their own home communities on websites that they frequented. And then the sort of big Maker community as we know it was in large part on Reddit, but then also on a lot of the early big streaming profiles and YouTube profiles as the kind of first generation of big Mario streamers blew up. Where, you know, I think most people probably first heard of Panga with Pit of Panga, for instance, and as a maker and an expert player with his own reputation, you know, his community kind of took off and became their own thing from there. Likewise for a lot of the other people who were on the sort of super expert ROM hack side, as well as people who generally just, you know, built a very solid brand or style around their YouTube or Twitch presence. But yeah, Netcat, I mean, my Maker 1 experience was very much like yours, I think. Just bookmarking makers that came to my attention. And also kind of connecting through a sort of more general Nintendo community that I was in communication with at the time. And was really catching up on a lot of those levels from people that I knew from other Nintendo circles years and years ago. That I kind of found my way over to the sort of core of the Anglo Mario Maker community. Years and years later, just a little before Maker 1, in fact. And also just watching a lot of Steve on YouTube. I don't even remember how I really got into that. But I didn't really get into watching Maker content until 2019, really. Maybe end of 2018. I don't even remember why I did, and what brought my attention to that. Learning about Maker 1 now due to 0% is very strange. Yeah, because people had... I mean, you know, we've played a lot of profiles in the past few weeks of people that we knew by reputation for Maker 2. And it's very interesting to play some of the early works and see them find their footing, and also develop things that are, you know, not just in line with what we now consider their typical reputation and audience. Now, Carl, as I understand it, did already have a presence in the Yoshi's Island speedrun scene before Maker. He was somebody who was already kind of known to people who follow GDQ speedruns in Yoshi's Island and in some cases ROM hacks, I think. So he did kind of have a brand in his own way. But yeah, we're seeing all of a sudden, actually, there are a couple of sort of mid-sized Maker 2 people, or at least we associate them more with Maker 2 because that's where they had a bit more of a presence, who have been blowing up all of a sudden in recent weeks as a result of 0%. You know, for instance, I've been aware of Jank Pickle for a long time, for instance, and he's been working on trimming darbs pretty much constantly, even 2 or 3 weeks ago. And of course he was a bigger public presence this year because he did the Super Mario Wonder run at GDQ, but you know, suddenly he's pulling hundreds of views because, you know, he's one of the most consistent people streaming trimming darbs, even though don't really know how much progress he's making. Very good player, of course. Some of the video content covering the steady progress of 0% that were made by Riley C. have been hitting the YouTube algorithm. They've been pulling a couple 100,000, I think, as one of the main video resources for people who are catching up on what's going on. And so that's been sort of interesting to see, because I think back when he was doing the Mario Maker Relay a few years ago, he was definitely one of the lesser known people on stage, I would say. I mean, known among people who are following Kaizo, but particularly Maker 2 Kaizo, but not one of that first generation of people who really kind of blew up as permanent Twitch partners who can just now play anything they want full time. Which was very much the case, I think, for a particular cohort of Maker 1 streamers, and which I think in many cases didn't take off in quite the same way for anybody in Maker 2. Like, it's difficult to think of anybody who sort of built a base off of Maker 2 the way that some of the mega streamers did in Maker 1. Very few people, I think. Like, maybe somebody like Royru, but yeah, there's definitely a kind of, you know, a generational change in the dynamics of succeeding on Twitch or on YouTube that I think is very visible when you look at who started when. But anyway, the point of this, though, is that, you know, 0% has definitely been shaking things up a bit for the people who have been working on it. And yeah, Quality Humor, you're saying he's made some of the best 0% content for you who's basically an outsider. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, somebody, you know, needs to be in that position. Now I know that this has been kind of blowing up in some circles that are following this in recent days, that there has, of course, been a fair bit of debate among people involved in 0% as to the legitimacy of determining the herbs clear. I'm honestly not that skeptical about it, but I'm not in a position to be. Okay. There we go. Good thing I'm a patient player. That's the clear. Because, yeah, bouncing into that would be uncertain. I wasn't sure what was going to come out of the blaster, that's the thing, so I was just backing up out of that before trying to go for a run. You'd imagine some people would get sniped by that. Yeah, so I'm raising the legitimacy thing, Quality Humor, as you saw that Riley actually did have a video where I think he was ambivalent but somewhat in favor of the argument that the clear was somehow faked. But anyway, as I've been saying, well, no, I haven't actually been saying this publicly, but as I've been thinking, I don't think there's any reason to believe the sort of cloud of disinformation on the internet that seems to be suggesting that the clear check of trimming the herbs was somehow falsified by the Princess of Wales. Here's kitty baths. So yeah, that last level, the hard mode version of this, one of the best ones, one of the most unique ones I've seen in this set so far, actually. And we've seen a couple of levels do this easy version as well, now with clouds. Because it's a kitty bath. It also still happens to be full of lava. I love how it just replaces the hard blocks with the clouds. I guess that allows you to enter them on a side, not that you can do so at this height. I actually didn't manage to see the video until it was taken down. Yeah, I would have expected, given his content, that he would have tried to give the argument a fair treatment. Yeah, so once again, just, it's basically the same level, but with clouds to kind of Keep things gentle. Now, I'm pretty sure this is probably just gonna... Okay, no, that's fine. That just drops you into the previous segment. Yeah, basically just to avoid the crush devs and also minimize the collisions. It's sort of interesting that this is a significant nerf just by giving the player access to all the corners that would usually be crush collisions, right? Crush collision as a title, or as a pair of words, I guess, always makes me think of something very specific in, of all subjects, ragtime piano. Because Scott Joplin, the composer of The Entertainer and The Maple Leaf Rag and so on, he actually composed something once. There was a piece of ragtime piano that was called the Crush Collision March. And it was a ragtime piano march that was specifically written to commemorate some kind of massive train derailment. Like it was a locomotive derailment that was like called the Crush Collision, I think, because two trains actually collided into each other. Anyway, he wrote a piano piece about it. It's called the Crush Collision March, and so for some reason that just came to mind a moment ago as I was thinking about the hard blocks in the previous version. Yeah, we need more ragtime, yeah. There's a guy who used to hang out here, actually, who I sort of knew from Scrabble and word game circles, who was a ragtime piano streamer. He's not as active as he used to be. But he actually did have a Mario Maker account, and had some music quiz levels on it, where it's like, you know, you read the chord and you pick the right room from listening to the note blocks, and then you just kind of pick the path the way you typically would with a quiz level. He hasn't been streaming as much, partly because I think a lot of his content on other platforms started getting delisted because he was totally radicalized as an anti-vaxxer. But anyway, there's a backstory to that. I think he's still around Twitch sometimes. But very good pianist, so make no mistake. The Entertainer was the first song you learned to piano. I mean, by first real song, I assumed you must have been relatively advanced at that point, because, like, yeah, you know, it's an easy piece once you are familiar with a lot of the basic harmonic patterns to it, but the basically octave sequences with the sort of root third and octave of the chord and the melody, like, those are not mechanically simple, right? You need to be decent when it comes to your mechanics and when it comes to, like, managing your sense of touch to play that very well. But yeah, ragtime isn't as difficult as it might sound once you basically just understand a lot of the general patterns and just know how to apply them from key to key. But there is obviously a bit of a learning curve just to, you know, have your left hand stomp around on the roots of the chords accurately, and have your right hand actually do the parallels without encountering fatigue or strain injury or anything. And what was this shooting this time? I just want to see. Coins. Okay, very gentle. So yeah, interesting way to do it in easy mode, that most of the setups were fundamentally the same, except a lot of the heights, as you can see with the blaster columns in the final segment, where previously you had the hard blocks on tracks. They were quite relaxed, and some of the heights, of course, were adjusted around as well, so you wouldn't have as many pits that you could just dip into. But very interesting retuning of that. And I think it only just about maybe doubled or tripled the clear rate. It's still somewhere down at 1% or so. Yeah, quality humor, there are real songs and there are real songs, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely some Joplin-ness, I guess more introductory, but still, you know, very complete compositions that are satisfying to play and listen to at any level. Daring Descent, Pyro Switch Palace. So back to the Daring Descent series. Thank you for the GG, Netcat. Yeah. Interestingly enough, that these big mushrooms that are totally unusable in the Super Mario World style have been a feature in all of these Daring Descent levels, and I don't actually know why. But anyway, P-Switch is going to be active. Let's continue here. And then we just whip it and go. Then, oh, I'm telling you that crushing is going to happen. And yeah, quality humor is somebody who, if I recall, rather seriously plays chess. You can probably guess what you're thinking every time that I look at hard blocks and say that something is totally crushing. Much the same feeling, actually. Okay, no, we have to get over to the P-Switch. Oh yeah, we totally blew us at this point. You know, taking a damage boost just to bop this guy would be good, but no, we're just going to collide with the spike top. He does have his helmet on. Reminds me of the Koopa trolls in the Paper Mario series. Chess vocabulary is extremely useful, though. So, absolutely no problem with it sitting deep. I actually didn't follow up on what happened with the visa situation with the candidates tournament, because, I mean, I live in Canada, and obviously, like, that's something that's come up. With the immigration holdup that's seemed to kind of blow up the tournament. But yeah, as you may or may not be aware, that Canada's been in a diplomatic row with India for some time, since last summer. That has, I think, affected whether people can come to play chess. You know, this new wave of Indian GMs. Oops. But the substance of it is that basically both Canada and the United States, as you may or may not be aware, have been accusing India of conducting assassinations of Sikh nationalists that live overseas. And that seems to have a knock-on effect on, well, in the long term, the Canada's tournament that's supposed to take place in Toronto fairly soon. I don't know if they actually managed to get that stuff sorted out, because I just realized that I haven't actually followed up on the story at all. But yeah, you don't want to spin through everything here, obviously. And we'll sneak under, P-Switch gate over here, essentially. And let's just go down here before we get pushed. Very nice that those platforms have clouds on either side, just to add a bit of safety padding. Look at this beautiful symmetrical pipe stack here, even though symmetry is broken by one of them having to be overlaid on top. Anyway, let's just follow this way. Whoops, no, never mind. Oh, helmet. Oh, for a P-Switch up there, okay. Didn't see that until quite late. But I guess we should have just dropped through. Oh, maybe not quite like that. You think the visa issues were resolved? Okay, yeah, I feel like I would have heard more grumbling about it if it hadn't been the case. So maybe it was just quietly settled. Okay, finally, just getting rid of that guy. Ooh, that collision was a little bit concerning, but we made it. Okay. Oh, whoops. That was a bounce that I didn't take seriously enough. I thought it was completely in the clear. Okay. Get rid of that. Come up for the P. And in we go. Bad idea almost, except we snuck in just in time. So yeah, there are... I actually wonder, I don't know if I should risk flying it. I guess the pattern is probably not cooperative enough, but oh, you know what? We can, because there's not a helmet up top. And then we can just take the P-switch. We don't want to wear the helmet. Let's just take the P-switch. That worked out rather better than I thought it could have. And yeah, getting rid of that guy certainly helps. Oh, that was dangerous. I wonder what the right side there was for. And then this is just a track ride. Whoa, uh-oh. There we go. Never mind. We got it. Okay, lost the cape, but that's okay. I guess there's a P-switch that would fire something at you here. We're looking for a P-door. Okay, we have a P-switch, but I don't want to grab it yet until we know what we're doing. Because it seems like we're supposed to... Oh, there's a leaf there too. Or not a leaf, a feather. You really enjoy rhythm gameplay like we've seen today, yeah. Despite this, there is one instrument your brain just doesn't understand. Oh, you mean in terms of the instruments from the elements hitting the note blocks, or what do you mean? Yeah, it looks like we're supposed to lower some of the blaster columns and maybe have access to... whoop. No, hang on. Maybe have access to blowing up some things with the fire car from there. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be here. I nearly fell into that pit. Here we go. Do we want to go over? Any benefit to doing so? No, we'll just nearly lose. I feel like this top pipe might have been something, but if you had kept the cape up to this point... But in general, though, the exit pipes have just been aesthetic every time we've checked. I don't think a single one that we've checked in these levels has actually been some kind of secret. I think, in general, they're there to just kind of connect different pieces of the Daring Descent quasi-superworld. You're saying, as an amateur, piano and guitar makes a lot of sense just playing around with? Oh, you're saying in terms of instruments to play, that there's something you don't understand? Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess it's a matter of being able to map something from a different sense or a different kind of data organization. The way that, you know, piano just maps naturally to the visualization of the keyboard, which is why everybody who's doing even basic music theory learns some keyboard, right? Yeah, the thing about drums is that, you know, even instrumentalists who don't play drums, and particularly people like pianists who have to synchronize both hands, are often recommended to go through drumming books. Because it is a certain kind of mental organization that happens when you learn different rhythmic patterns. like people who play carillons and bell towers, for instance, you know, they overwhelmingly come from some kind of a percussion background, in fact. Because you just kind of learn how to organize your limbs in a certain way as an extension of, you know, different patterns that are coincident with each other. Like, I don't know if you're thinking specifically about playing a kit, or if you are just thinking about any kind of percussion broadly. Anyway, here's Wheelie the Warmaker's Warehouse. Hopefully we'll take the W on this one. Yeah, I find that I often have a lot of trouble with rhythm levels where there's a long delay between my jump and the rhythm target that I'm supposed to hit, where I don't have a good mental picture of how long my jumps take. That might be the best way to describe it. Anyway, it looks like it's a falling grinder level, basically. Glackum really likes to show off his 8-bit amiibo in Super Mario World levels where they do nothing. Really loves to show this stuff off. I don't think I even remembered until I started playing Maker 1 again this year that the big mushroom would just sit around and do that, and that you could plug it into the style at all. That, oh, we don't have a cable, let's not do that. Oh, yeah, no, this guy's wearing a spike top. And you can't just get in there through the side and make contact very easily. There's the spike top collision. We'll take precedence. I totally didn't watch his helmet. Anyway, we do have to race our way around this wheel over here. We'll get out. I bet we could totally fly it, but that would be a bad idea for all kinds of reasons. But anyway, down the steps we go. Oh, we should have actually hit the checkpoint flag first and then gone back to this to see if it was progressive, but that's okay. And yeah, this is totally a Cape Flight segment here that we are failing to see. It's totally meant to be Cape Flight. Up here. On the other hand, I might just give you a landing in that location. I can't imagine it goes much higher than that. Oh, there is an exit pipe here, though, so there must have been a secret room that exits this way. That's okay. Totally missed a feather here, too, I bet. But we've been generally pretty good about doing completionist runs of most of the levels we featured here, but, you know, just given how little time we have left in Maker 1, I might have to relax that condition a little bit. Anyway, so this is going to be a flame wheel level in a big way. That's Wheelie the War Maker for you. I was seeing a couple of levels with this sort of stack construction with the 5 Rs previously. I think it was Exnum's profile that was just full of this stuff. But this kind of chase, of course, is going to be unique here, and we have some timed bomb destruction from the track that we'll need to watch out for. I should stay ahead, but maybe not that far ahead. Yeah, it's going to be bomb destruction from the collision passing through the track. That's fairly obvious. Oh yeah, we should grab the shell and hit this. Maybe that's a leaf. Let's grab the shroom first, just to see. Or maybe we should have checked it first just to know this for future attempts. But yeah, that's where the shell's supposed to go. Maybe it does. Oh. Give you nothing if you fire it as badly as I'm doing here? Okay, I guess not. Actually, no, this block blows up. We know it contains nothing because it blows up to the spin. So never mind that. Trying to shell jump this up there to see if we reach, but nope. Let's not overestimate our shelling abilities. Okay, then dash around this, and yeah, the grinder here is just as a bit of speed control, just to pace the player. We missed a question block up top a couple times now. Oh, watch the helmets. Yeah, we'll stay in the middle. Kind of incentivized to do so by the design. There's no need to just rush everything. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't watching that track accurately. I didn't see the little nub in the bottom that was going to send it back. Oh, whoops, never mind. Guess we're not doing the shell jump here either. Whoops. Anyway. I really do want to try it, though. Oh, but at this point, without the platform, we can't get up there anyway, so, yeah. We don't actually gain that much height, we should know that. I mean, almost certainly just requires the cape, but... Oh yeah, actually, you can see where the pipe is, but the ceiling is a bit much for me to deal with at this distance, I think. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Anyway, we got one shell jump, that's better than usual. Ooh. Your mind being blown from those flame wheels make it one. Yeah, they are still very cool, and there's so much stacking that doesn't work. Also, yeah, I took a hit there because I was totally complacent about how safe I was. Oh yeah, that's nothing, that's just a bonus. Oops. But yeah, a lot of the more complex constructions like this in Maker 1, I definitely didn't see them until I got back to the game around 2019. I was actually clearing out a lot of Maker profiles that I've had followed, say, in the first month or so of the game, to make room for more Maker profiles that I was trying to save for this little streaming project here, and trying to track those accounts. But I was trying to reconstruct who these people were, because I didn't recognize a lot of their usernames, and I don't know how many of the levels I'd played originally, because I've, as you know, lost all my clear flags and stars from years ago, because past a certain point they just fall off the buffer. And so I was clearing those out, and they're of variable quality. I mean, you know, we're talking about a lot of early levels, but it really goes to show just how many people had the standard experience of falling off of Mario Maker before there was even the first checkpoint patch. Basically, they didn't make it a checkpoint in a very literal sense, but they didn't make it as far as checkpoints being in the game. Where you'd see people who just post a couple levels and maybe have a few runs on 100 Mario, and they just dropped off within a month and went to play something else. And yeah, I have to wonder how many of those people just kind of decided early on that Mario Maker wasn't for them and just never bothered to come back for 2. Oh. Oops. But yeah, I mean, I was in some ways in a bit of a similar position. I mean, I've always, even in Maker 2, just constructed lots of stuff in the editor just to experiments that I never wound up like fully designing or completing in a way that was worth posting. So I never uploaded that much to begin with, but I think if you weren't part of a vibrant community where you were seeing what people could do to push to tech and getting a lot of inspiration that way for things that you wanted to try for yourself and variations on a tech that you want to try for yourself, and understandably people would have a hard time staying engaged. But again, you know, Maker 1 was in such a different media environment. It always did seem like a lot of popular levels early on were kind of spammy levels from people who were YouTube famous. You know, every kind of community-oriented game is going to reflect the peculiar dynamics of its time. Okay, much easier with Kate. Buy some time here. And not bonk my head. Yeah, much easier with Kate. Oh, here's another wheel. And I guess I'm just gonna try to get on top of the bumper to bump up here, just to see. Yeah. Yeah, those are just there for bonus purposes, all these big mushrooms all over the place. Just to give the player an optional collectible to look at. I'll bop the axe this way. Good enough. And of course, if you were able to grab the axe while fully powered up, you would be able to prove it to Miiverse back in the day, when the ending screenshot had substance. The first time I was playing the stream, I was playing an Alpha Rad level. That's interesting, because I think I've only ever played one Alpha Rad level. And it's the one that you're mentioning. I'm trying to remember what it looked like, but I think I was only even vaguely aware of who Alpha Rad was at that point, but it was a level that obviously was loaded with likes or what have you. I don't remember if it was a troll or something, but anyway. That was Wheelie at the Warmaker's Warehouse. And yeah, definitely something that very much had its own identity as far as Flame Wheel level design is going. Let's keep going. Scary level about snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Probably more lava snakes, like we were seeing before. Just squeezing more mileage out of that setup. Oh, enter the door before we get squished by auto-scroll. We do need full speed here, I see. And there's going to be a bit of a musical element to this as well. And yeah, we need to not get bounced. Interesting. Yeah, you can tell from the last couple of levels just how much Glackum liked this snaking pattern of winged objects in lava. Trying different kinds of configurations when it comes to auto-scroll speed and loading and so on. Yeah. Oh, it's not very long actually. We already see the ending. But no one is 3% on this one. It's, I mean, it's burning through tons of entities right away, especially with all the music. Okay. That's it. I feel like that was more of a scary level about Snake Singular, but maybe they're both snakes. On top and bottom, and also with the note block melody. Way off the record, of course. An ice fishing level about Rayman. Like I said, one thing we do know about Glackum is that he's a Rayman specialist and speedrunner. Across the whole series, I think. I'm just looking at the thumbnail here again. So, let's see if we recognize much of what's going on here. And, oh, Luca's going to request number 19. Just give me one moment and we will dig it up before we get into the Rayman level here. We'll even do the reading over this house. Alright, let's pull it up. Sonnet. Number 19. We had a really good request a few days ago. It was number 81, which was extremely fitting for the end of Mario Maker. But anyway, here's number 19, which I think is fitting in its own way. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleetest, and do whatever thou wilt, swift-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. Oh, carve not with thine hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow, for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong. My love shall in my verse ever live young. I think we're all in denial about aging that way. But anyway, thank you so much for the request, Luca. Luca, I hope you've been enjoying the playthroughs of Super Boom Boom World. And oh, we've got someone here. Space Souffle. Space Souffle, maybe. That makes more sense, Space Souffle, yeah. Let me know if that was somehow incorrect, but I hope you've been enjoying 3D World and Bowser's Fury. I don't know which side of it you were playing, but... And... okay, one up mushroom over here before it drops off into the abyss. I wonder if we just drop this in and see what happens. Oh, it totally is. Yeah, you drop both of these in and you get a Buzzy to break open the right side. Yeah, my stream's going alright. Just been playing through, whoops, a ton of Make 1 lately. We slide in. Yeah, we've been, since early January, just featuring a lot of Maker profiles in Maker 1. Discovering a lot of things that we're trying to catch before everything goes down in about 3 weeks' time. And yeah, once again, we drop into here, and then is that going to come up quickly enough? I think we need something else. Let's grab one more, perhaps. Or are we supposed to escort 2? That seems implausible. Yeah, because if you despawn it, you need 2 over here. Possibly there's one below, but let's take a look. I don't know about this track. That doesn't feel safe at all. Oh, I see. Okay, there is a lower one there. I'd need to ride a lift to know something like that. Anyway, let's head down. And yeah, basically, I hope you had a fun time over there as well. I had to replay Bowser's Fury at some point. I did stream it back when it came out. It was actually my first game back from a fairly lengthy streaming break. Back when this channel was much, much smaller. Whoops. And it took me so long to escort the kittens. Whoops. Yeah, let's actually follow the track accurately here. Anyway. That's not great. That's going to require a reset door, but it's pretty funny to look at while you see what the problem was. That we dropped the spring so accurately that it's unable to carry the Buzzy because they are moving simultaneously. Just impossibly precise to make that happen. Well, that's the kind of edge case for which reset doors exist. That's more like it. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't have done that little jump there. Oh yeah, shouldn't have done that jump either. Although, yeah, you actually can just go straight and rush it if you absolutely wanted. That is a valid approach. That segment. If you want to speed through it, because we have to get the bottom one first anyway, I think, just to make sure we have both of the springs for the next segment live. And, oh, we did it again. Huh. Fancy that. Maybe you don't need to be that precise to set that up after all. Actually kind of vaguely reminds me of that Grikowski puzzle level that I think was 4mm. I think it was Mad Lad's Lab or something like that. Where you would take Mecha Koopas and you would just drop them into slots off screen and it would activate some kind of mechanism using a very complicated seesaw setup. Anyway, you can imagine how much debugging that would take to avoid issues like what we're seeing here, although that was of course a different case where you had conveyors and seesaws to just get things to light up rather than just trying to overlap an object and overlap it not too closely. Yeah, okay, good that we didn't get an awful deflection, although I'm still gonna have trouble picking this up. I might have to pick it up and go down with it again, actually. Yeah, because the object throws in Maker 1 being what they are, probably better to just set this down. And we'll escort both across. Then, yeah, we'll just make sure we keep them both in relatively close proximity. And then hope that we don't have the overlap issue with Sky. We shouldn't, because there's going to be the green paratrooper, and he's going to bounce around of his own volition anyway, so... There we go. Oh. Well, time to flutter a bit, I think. Whoops. Oh, I was trying to whip that, and that didn't go. Oh, and yeah, that's why the boot would have been helpful. That was the ending, too. I just totally slipped there. Even though we had to leave to make things easy. So yeah, that's actually the entire level. It's just you do these two drop sequences and you're done. I'm not sure I do catch the supposed Rayman reference. Legends is a game I know very well. I only recently started dipping into Origins. And it's been a long time since I looked at the older games in the series. So, we'll see. But yeah, from a 2D platformer perspective though, the Rayman Revival from a little over a decade ago was really quite a treat. Latest game from that studio, that being Ubisoft from Montpellier, is of course the Prince of Persia that came out this year, which I do seriously mean to look at later in the year when we get a chance. Yeah, let's just kill it like this, with a one-up snake at the end. It's getting some kind of DLC later in the year, though, so we'll probably wait for it to be content complete. But in the course of playing Maker 1 over the past few months, we've bypassed a couple of new releases that we would usually be featuring on a stream. And the new side-scroller Prince of Persia was definitely very high up on that list. Anyway, here's another daring descent. Once again with tons of unusable 8-bit big mushrooms. Here in a 16-bit space where no doubt feels the pain of obsolescence. Yeah, this is going to go down, and we can just continue pushing it. And yeah, this will drop at some point. Well, oh, let's not get too close here. It actually didn't drop as close by as I thought it would, but anyway, that's going to take care of itself. And into the water. Hence the aquatic title of this level. If we whip this, we can take the cloud, probably. Hang on. And then just float around with it instead. Not gonna last very long, though, just given how slowly we've been taking this, but... Take a Buzzy with us to the next room, maybe. We'll see what it does. Not a whole lot for us. Let's leave it for the time being. Although I guess we can just pop this and possibly even send it down from here. That actually simplifies things a little bit. Having a cape in general simplifies things a lot. This is going to be a bit of a difficult reach, though. That's okay. We've got the cape, and it solves so many problems. We'll even be able to get this down. Yeah, just a little bonus here. This mushroom. Let's just grab it this way and not get crushed by the ice block. We can help. Oh, yeah, this is just another symmetrical element here with this descent. And then these are basically makeshift urchins. Not in the original purple color, but the intent is definitely there. Speaking of circular track configurations that we were talking about much earlier in the stream. Oh, come on. There we go. And we're actually somewhat tight on time. Look at that. That was a spectacular whip. Oh, so much for that. Don't those normally shoot spikes? When they're in the ball form, I didn't think so. Like if they're underwater. It's when they're in the flight form that they do. Okay. Now we actually have to play the level. So we can't just whip everything. Oh, there's gonna be moles, moles, moles. What does this P-switch even get me? Oh. Well, it gets me distraction, first of all. And yeah, let's just go down as before. Oh, no. I don't know why I keep expecting that I'll just kill those outright when we just deflect them. And yeah, you can see the Chief Chiefs with the wings drop in right away on this screen. Get ready for their big moment down below. Okay, let's just carry this down and not have it wake up too soon, perhaps, if we can avoid that. Oh. Yeah, if we're just whipping these while they have the ground overlap, we're in good shape when it comes to deflecting them. And then, oh, that was a terrible jump. Didn't work out at all. Is this going to give me something? Yeah. I thought it was either a leaf or something winged, and it was something winged. Not a leaf, a feather. I can tell the leaves and feathers apart some of the time. Whoops. Oh, just didn't swim that very well. Yeah, of course, if you have the cape to just whip these clouds, it's a little easier to work with. So you don't accidentally bob your head into them, the way I just did. Anyway, down we go. And there we go. Yeah, this is slightly in my way. Let's... Oh, I was about to say, let's kick it out of there, but that was maybe ill-advised. Anyway. Sure, let's just stop it. Oh, now we just made a mess out of these guys. So... we'll just take them out slowly just to be somewhat patient about it. And let that cut through. Let these guys take care of themselves. Oh, no, missed it. That could have gone better. Given just how beneficial the leaf would have been for this segment. Oh, watch your head. And then, yeah, unfortunately, the headroom here is not going to be too helpful if you don't have the leaf. Just get on top of the mole here, just to clear space. Again, don't see what the P-switch is for yet, but I guess we should sneak under. And then, whoop. Just trying to grab it. I feel like we need it, or would at least want it for the next room. Not need it, but, you know, might be beneficial for the next room after this. Nope, once again, we really need to be careful about how we whip those. So we kill them rather than displacing them. Only slightly. Oh. Sure, let's set it down. Oh, wasn't even watching the wall. Speaking of distraction. These have been a pretty relaxed experience today, which is not to say that we've been doing very well. Yeah, to just overlap them on the ground blocks whenever we can. That seems to be the way to do it. Oh, no, unless you, of course, completely missed due to not passing your swimming certificate. Yeah, look at this mole. It's a very subtle mole box. And of course we're just going to totally miss it over and over. Let's grab the shroom. Okay, then we'll just tuck into here, as prescribed. Oh. Slightly more accurate drop would have been good here. We'll just make it over slowly. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to watch these clouds because they experience a bit of that underwater drag, I think. Oh. Guess this just helps you swim, but we'll take it out here anyway, just in case we need it for something. And yes, you do need it for something in the next room. Can we... Nope, we're going to completely miss it. Well, so much for that one. We'll just need to load into the next room first, and then if it expires right after that, I think we're okay. Oh, nope. Wasn't within range for that. You know what? We'll just take a death, I guess. It was not what I was going to say, but... Oh, we did hit checkpoint, though, so... Oh, once again... Yeah, these are in such a position that the cave spin isn't actually going to help too much. Up throw might help, but, you know, we're not going to be in a position to use the cloud for anything useful. Taking a shell through here, though, would have been helpful. We should, in fact, do that, just to fire it at somebody. Before it wakes up, anyway. And just clear some space. Look at that. Much better. I mean, that seems to be what you were supposed to do in the first place in order to get this bonus, but... if this would kindly drop off just a little bit here, we'll get everything to die accordingly after some time. I don't know what it is about this part specifically that reminds me of this submarine minigame in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Tiger Tiger. If anybody here has played Xenoblade 2 knows what I'm talking about at all. Oh, lost a cloud, that's too bad. Totally could have had a shot at that too. Yeah, no, we lost a cloud. And I totally could have gone up with it. I don't know how to recover from that position, but we'll get there. Eventually. Okay, there we go. Not in a position to drop in the cloud. Not that it would have helped, but... Okay, just come down. We'll take this down, as before. And we'll get capes anyway. Just eradicate what we can. Sure, can we drop this off? Almost. Well, I mean, not quite, but... Getting in here with the cape, though, is probably going to be somewhat helpful. Yeah, we're almost certainly supposed to just sort of... Oh. I want to say up throw into that. Yeah, it's probably going to spin jump on top of... I see what it's supposed to be. You don't have to cape. That. Well, you could do that too. Anyway. anything here. Let's just let this get back in here. I mean, you get Yoshi, so, you know, this seems like this is somewhat trivial, but... Okay, we'll do it. Took her time with that one, but worked out in the end. Anyway, yeah, so these are supposed to be connected in some fashion, and so here's Daring Secret 1, and then we have quite a few more Daring Descent levels after that. We'll probably be able to get through them all today, as long as we're not too stuck on anything in particular. Let's see, Daring Secret 1, Pyre Plateau. Telling us to keep out, which means we'll go in, obviously. Velhart would recognize this one. That's a name I recognize from way back. And notably, even though it is a record, it's about a 3-minute record, which tells you that, like so many of these levels so far, this one's going to go nice and long. Also, Glare has a bit with all these P-switches on that side. I don't know what this is telling us. On the right side here. Yeah, we can't read that. Oh, no, that's just a P-switch path, probably. I bet it's a P-switch path. So, something's going to come out of this pipe to the right. Or to the left, rather. I know my left and right. Some at a time. So, I think we just complete this, and then we're able to fall into it. From some position. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we dropped everything here. Scrolling there. Interesting. Oh. Just gonna die to the mega stack over here. Okay. Yeah, because we just go left and it's... drops the column after... Yeah, it's actually the POW that takes everything out. That's what it is. So we'll eventually have to come back here. And we should maybe close some of this off. Maybe. Hard to tell. But yeah, there'll be some kind of doubling back involved. These stacked bridges all over the place, by the way. It's kind of a nice little thematic element we've seen a couple times now. Totally missing that. Oh! Getting shot down by the X-Wing here. Anyway, there we go. Oh, okay. Totally didn't see the munchers here. Even though, oh, yeah, okay. We're supposed to stay low to get over the bridge. Very similar to some of the cloud navigation patterns that we saw in one of the early levels today. You have to maintain height accurately to... Oh, no. And then totally panic and get pushed out. Yeah. Very interesting platforming segment that is, once again, not very budget heavy to build, considering how much play is squeezed out of it here. Yeah, that was a bad idea, but that is the way to go. That you do need to sneak. Yeah, a lot of these levels have been doing a lot with simple elements. Just very unique configurations of building blocks that are typically pretty innocuous. Anyway, that's going to be the exit pipe. I was trying to avoid that, but once again just got the timing wrong. Obviously we're still able to take damage at a point. We're in much better shape, but we haven't been so successful in getting there. Particularly after this segment here. Oh, too high. Okay. Oh, let's get out. Gonna do a bit of height control over here. Not whack that on the side. And then, oh, yeah. The burner timing is throwing me off because it's actually a burner stack that's accelerating it, if you look at it. Because the burner is hitting every cycle rather than every alternate cycle. And it is because of two alternate burners that are stacked on top of each other. That's why I keep misreading that, because I keep thinking we're going to get a standard burner timing off of them. And actually, trying at double speed. Yeah, as you can see, there's actually a huge burner stack on that one there. Or I think 4 stacked together. Yeah, a lot of variety to this. And we'll stand back. Then we'll see what we can do on this side. It's a fairly large space, we haven't really navigated much of it yet. And then, yeah, here's another little descent puzzle. Like with the cloud segments we saw before. What I'm saying. Oh, no. Yeah, we just need to exceed the side here. And then we needed to go to the other side, but we'll do that. Oh, no, standing too close. We need to sneak under. Oh. A little bit close. Now the thing is, given this power stack, let's be extra cautious. Hit this and then yeah, it's just tons of design here from very little. Very interesting to see. I wonder what's going on with the P door, that you just have the P switch right next to the door. I wonder if it's mostly there to just force a P switch timing on whichever segment you encounter when you leave, which I think is likely to be the case. So, you know, you hit the P switch, go to the door, and then you have 10 seconds to do something. And I feel like that's pretty likely what's going on here. Is there a reason to wait and take it back the second P switch? Yeah, I guess. Oh, you just reload this as much as we can, and then you take a P switch with you. And you try to maintain P for as long as you can. And then probably there's a P switch gate on the other side here. Oh, not quite. And okay, no gates that we need to worry about yet, but we will keep this P switch anyway, just in case. And oh, okay, good. We didn't land on anything dangerous. I was looking a little touchy there. Ice momentum, unfortunately, is going to cause some problems. Let's not run into the munchers at this late stage. Yeah, that's not gonna work out. We set up our own P jump maybe, but you know what? Let's no, never mind. Okay, never mind. Let's just get out. I'll just stand here and take the clear. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, really interesting work there with all the bridge placements all over the place. I feel like there are a lot of overlaps there that also don't work in Maker 2, where so many objects in the palette aggressively zone each other out. I think that's the case with bridges and many places as well. Yeah, it feels like something that you couldn't build in Maker 2, but I'd have to check that exactly. I think the bridge overlaps are the main thing. Anyway, it benefits, of course, from just how nice the log bridges look in this style. Especially when they're overlaid like that, because they just tile very neatly and clearly. Here's Colossal Climb, back to Colossal Climb, which we played very extensively in the previous, Colossal Climb. So, just continuing these to the multiple makeshift super worlds. Here with first base camp. Followed by second base camp and then the short stop. We're going to get a ghost house this time. Anyway, yeah, we just ride this, I think. We aren't going to do much else there. Back to climbing after level of going down. Now, a lot of these we know previously. Felt a little bit like getting over it, which often led us into a bit of trouble. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be a spin jump with this guy. Very clearly. And let's just move the boo out of the way. Anyway, down we go. And we move the boo to get the stack to give us a ride. Oh no, bad position there. That's okay. Fire doesn't do much for us here. I wonder if we should be going door to door. This is basically going to be one of those cartoon sequences where you chase people through disconnected doors. I'm trying to remember which short it was that originated that, or at least popularized that. It was, of course, a big staple of Looney Tunes. Oops. Yeah, so let's go down to the bottom right door next time. Now that we know how the other ones are connected. That's it. Okay, we'll... Whoops, take that. Just barely. That's gonna be... Oh, no. I need a position for a spin jump. Look how flexible that is. And we need to give it to ourselves over here as well, and this time... we need to be mindful of... this other boo that's coming right up. Then we continue. Really neat segment there. Anyway, here's the boo wall. It's going to stay still when we look at it. But yeah, we're supposed to go up the left, I think, which is doable with a damage boost, so I wonder. Oh yeah, no, we just need to raise the wall, actually. Maybe we're able to take it much lower so we can get on top. Oh, no, that's not going to be it. Yeah, we just kind of bypassed it with damage, but feels like there was maybe even something to the right over there. You know, let's take a look here just in case. Oh, whoops, trying to cling on to vines too early. I just want to see what's going on. Oh, there's nothing going on that side. Never mind. Just lost a mushroom for no reason then. But we can always have another, briefly. You know, I bet... Oh, no. Now we can't because the chomp got dropped. I was thinking, I bet we can escort a spring further. And have it turn out to be something interesting. Oh yeah, because... I see. The chomp falls off if you position it like that. So we don't want the chomp to do that. We want... Oh. Standing too close. Yeah, I'm trying to move it such that we will have access to the stump once we yeah, get the boo to just be placed back and forth so it doesn't unstack. That's not going to go. Hang on. Now the other boo is totally in the way too. No, we need a spin pickup at the very least, which is something I'm still not used to. No, spacing here is not going to be the most generous. I'm just trying to take the spring with me. We probably don't need to do that. We should just go, but... I'm just thinking in terms of that it might be a bonus instead if you choose to take the spring with you. But yeah, you actually can't do too much with it, I don't think. Okay. Now we just get this guy out, and then, oh! Then we need to be somewhat accurate about the shell right over here. And yeah, we'll be preserving that one for quite some time, I think. Yeah, we know we don't need spring, so let's just go. Not that kind of level. Okay. Power up check over here. Yeah, you could totally carry the spring up to this point. I just don't know what it would give us. So I think we do turn this boo around this way. Move it down slightly, and then up we go. Then seems like we're strongly encouraged to keep it. Oh, Yoshi. Now the thing about Yoshi is that Yoshi can eat the shell, which might not be what we want to do here. And I think the point of Yoshi here is that he can stand on some decent, usable ground. Whenever we see things like these spike tops. Or not spike tops, spike tiles rather. So we do grab this, and then we use that to hit over here. Very nice. And having Yoshi at this point makes everything fairly trivial. I mean, that's just part of what was required about having it in the first place, I think. And let's grab another one now, just in case we... hang on. I know we can do it, we just... it's on the way over. Oh. Trying to get this guy out of the way. Okay. There we go. Oh, that's overkill anyway. Never mind. Doing everything the fancy way doesn't always play, but it's nice when it does. So let's take the clear. Back to going down after this one, I think. Daring Descent. Fire Flume Fort. Yeah, really a fair bit of variety, given how much this format has just repeated. Even within the same theme, just repeated over and over again, but with completely different platform mechanics every time. I think at this point we just bop them from under. I mean, we've got a helmet. Okay, close enough. We do need to have the POW for this gate. Anyway, everything's going to ignite. Don't want to stand under those pipes or take too much damage. Oh yeah, right side. We do in fact have somewhere we can go. Totally missed that. Okay, now we know roughly how this will go. Oh, nope, that's not great. Where's that? Well, a bit of a rough start, but we'll get a shroom at least. And yeah, the one-way panels tell you where things are going to blow up. As do the mushroom platforms, I think. Why? Oh, totally got bounced off of that. Wonder what the door is for. What would you be trying to reset from there? What could we have broken? Potentially. Anyway. Nope. Stepped right into the fire. Whoops. And into the spike. And, oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, going on top, imagine that. Oh. Oh, is that not a pipe entry? Maybe it's just a door entry. Yeah, it's not a reset door. Maybe that is just a main road for some reason. It seems like we missed a pipe though, but I'll have to try it again to be sure. Well, I guess the subworld only had so many screens to work with. That's with the main world, both of which are very densely built in. In this case over here, let's whack this with POW. And yeah, once again, we'll just not stand under the one-way panels. Okay. Yeah, it's just a door entry. Then we'll sneak through here. Oh, wow, okay, I didn't know I was going to land accurately there. That's a problem. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. We just continued. Actually, the pipe was right there. Okay. Alright, let's try to do this accurately for once. First time we're making it through here with the helmet intact. That seems significant given that we could actually just deflect any one of these spots using the helmet. Well, this is the bonus area. Oh, thought I could just whip it. Bad idea, but I'll do this instead. And miss. I will grab that. And that. Yeah, I feel like that was just warning me about the next signal. Right, everything will blow up more or less at once. Okay, the arrows are telling me that I should actually continue this way. Now that we're down here... Oh, there was a question block there we could have checked. Alright, let's grab checkpoint first, and then we'll go back for it, just to see what it is. Why not? Nothing too significant. Let's... Down up. Oh, we don't have the feather. And we should have done a spin off of here. Why would you want to reset through here if it is a reset? Oh, it's not a reset, it's just progress. And yeah, we can't quite see the floor here to see what we're dealing with. Oh. We'll just drop Bowser into the below, actually. Oh, bad idea. I had to spin jump on these to project them. Just keep missing. Oh. That was their power up. Or did we? Missed it already. Oh, no, we're over here. And then, oh, no. Yeah, occasionally just jumping on top of the cannonballs as they're coming out. Just added some extra bewilderment here and there. And nope, nope. Nope. Not really doing that well at all. Try something to do it right. That should do it. Should absolutely do it. There we go. That's the sync. Are we through? Almost. Yeah, once again we're pretty good. Yeah, let's keep pushing. Still in early 2016 here. He's been turning out this stuff like at a very thrilling pace. We think back to those times. Daring Descent, Lattice Labyrinth. Yeah, still got quite a few. Here we go. Sure, that looks like that's the right way to go. Oh. Then, grab this. Then, why would we drop the munchers on either side? Because it would potentially allow you to, yeah, enter the... Oh, we need to get this guy out of the way. I wonder what happens... Oh, no, we need to enter either one of them. Nope. Reset. Where's my reset? To use a cloud? We have to use the cloud to reset the room. Oh, I guess not. Wait, no, but the cloud allows me to fly into the pipe. Yeah, so there's a left side room. And here. Oh. Here's something firing at us. And we'll cycle back down here. Then, yeah, these are getting a little more complicated every time. Oh. Kind of suspected that would happen. And oh, there we go. Okay, and then we'll for the POW, change clouds if we can. Get out, and then into clouds once more. We'll just keep going. Yeah, that was a bad idea. We should have actually whipped as much as we can. Just to get it out of the way. Anyway. So it's half right according to the sound effects. And then there we go. And that way, change that a little bit. And boot collisions are still a problem. Just in time. Oh, didn't quite go low enough for that. And then, yeah, that was a bit of a impulsive move there as we tried to account for the damage that was taking off the spike top. Definitely get the better here, I would say. Okay, and then segment here, we just do these guys right away. I've done that quite a bit more accurately, but we'll take it. And what happens we... Oh, just go through one of these. Then we navigated this adequately. Then, yeah, we just go through the bottom of this one, I think. I think we're just looping in the same structure. We can sort of tell from where certain things were available. Yeah, it's not going to be through here. Or, whoops, standing off center. I think it is essentially kind of like a maze. It's not progressing room to room here. Well, interesting maze if so, we just need to do things systematically. Yeah, of course we have to take advantage of the fact, or we're going to keep in mind the fact that the cloud timing is based on an object spawning and being made available, not the time of clearing it. Clearing with it, rather. Yeah, that seems to be bottom segment here. Let's whoops. And yeah, unfortunately, That's it for the clouds. I just needed to do everything a little faster, so the cloud spawning is not an issue. And let's see what's next. Nope. Oh, so much for that. Nope. Should have just gone for the POW. I wonder if you take an additional POW through. We'll see. Are we going to get neither the cloud or the feather? Nope, we got both. And nope. Yes, now in this room where you end up with the hunters on top of the exit gate. Let's keep going left. Oops, no. That almost works. Nope, it doesn't. Yeah, we really do need to think about all the clouds that's expiring together. Well then, let's wait for it. Okay, now down. And where to? Here. And oh no, we have some problems here. It was a bit of a stylish escape. Hard to discern much of anything with pipe stacking mix. Yeah, my sense of visual orientation is maybe not quite navigating the maze here, but I need to do something more systematic with this, but sometimes we're just, you know, reacting to what's available. Price for that accordingly. Yeah, switch it to the 4. And 155 on this. Yeah, I need to have a better way of visualizing which room is which. Yeah, it just loops this way. I mean, we never know, just due to pipe stacking, what other passages are in fact possible. Oops. Yeah, those are linked. Nope. Well, Probably something off the top. Find a way to get there. Been able to make much progress in some time. Oh. Yeah, we need to be more systematic about it. There's, you know, the 4 small, much room. There's all kinds of other rooms that we don't have names for. Anyway. Yeah, we could pop that. Let's see. Find something, I guess. Oh, no. Yeah, going for the middle is going to be best when it comes to getting plates, because cave strategy, because you can get something new and reliable. And we haven't really gone through the middle recently. Outward one-way panel. I'm trying to be moderately systematic about it, but it's tricky. Well, take long to make a big splash with that. Well, we still have the same issue. Nope, still no exit. Okay, there's gotta be something unconventional. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, we're not thinking about this close enough as something like a puzzle. Okay. Enter this column. Probably something where you have to get off the top sometime, or hopefully silly like that. Still haven't managed to make any headway on it. Maybe we're just supposed to re-enter a pipe or something. You see, notice this room here. Possible to re-enter the entry pipe in a way that wasn't previously. I feel like that's going to be it. In fact, there are only so many rooms that are like that. That do let you get out of the introductory section. Well, we'll see. Okay. I'm guess we'll go this way. Just trying to figure out what's going to get me up top. And oops, no. Reset. And interesting that we can ride this. Oh, let's wait for another one. Okay, so go this way, and then do we just go back in? And how is it matched? That doesn't work. Well, there's something we're missing in layout here. Same as before, I think. Because we've... Oops, checked every side in so many of these. I bet it's actually under... maybe some kind of enemy lap. Like overlap that's covering doors, and like, I don't know. It's really difficult to say. Well... no. Well... nope, that's not gonna work. Zones you out completely. I wonder if there's some other visual clue that we can account for here so it's not just trial and error. Because we've been lost for quite some time now. Okay, same as before. And that wasn't great. And here's the room with the 4, which is over here. What was this? Back here, we've got the yeah, one-way panels facing outward. Oh. That was a spectacular descent, but probably not what we need. I wonder how many of the rooms are actually duplicated. Because we see, in some instances, something that we've been to already. Whoop, no. Yeah, we should be getting the power-ups whenever possible just to track what room we've been doing. I've not really been doing this systematically, and we do need to. Or to have a reasonable shot at it. So this... Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that blocks off. No wonder. Whoops, that was a mistake. Oh, no. Because that room goes into this one. This one... to in here. This one... It's a bit different because of the big munchers on this side. Oh. Yeah, and then this is progress, this one here. But it's hard to see. Wow, that was close. Yay, checkpoint finally. Yeah, we got close many times, I just wasn't watching it very well, I think. Then we do need to take a POW down here eventually. I think we just need to reload this room. Could have just taken the POW from the previous room too, actually. Yeah, we'll get the stack. That's something you can't do in Make It 2, incidentally. Now, what does the P-switch give me? Hang on. P-switch, what did that give me? Maybe we go back to the previous room. Let's just take a look at this in case there's a P-switch that affects something here. I don't think so. Yeah, this buzzy POW stack, of course, doesn't work so well in Make It 2 either. Whoops. Maybe we're supposed to take it all the way back out. I'm going to go with this theory. Then there's a point at which you can't... Oh yeah, P-door is over here, okay. Oh, we missed it. Hang on, that's okay, we got the checkpoint flag. This took me much too long. Yeah, that's okay, we'll just step on it ahead of time and just go back to the door. That's easier than trying to handle it manually. And then we finally get out. Yeah. Well, this gate defender here wasn't long for this world. That took entirely too long. It just took me too long to notice which pipe we hadn't checked when we eventually made it down to that denser room near the end of the sequence. Pretty interesting idea, though, in terms of being able to keep your head together throughout the labyrinth and recognize doors over time. Anyway. Daring Secret 2, Cannon Creek. Yeah, we did that last one without peeking in the editor either, so... We've seen a lot of the Beast records all over this profile. Back when he did things other than just trimming herbs. Anyway, oh, this muncher here is going to stand here. I guess we should go out this way. Yeah, because I see. Yeah, because it's basically pretending to be one of the other levels, but saying, what if you entered the pipe in the beginning, as if that were, you know, part of a larger world structure. Now, let's see. We'll do a gentle descent over here. Look at that rocky wrench just dropping out of here. Whoa, that was close. Ah, because they come out of the blasters. And then they drop with you, of course, because that's what rocket wrenches do. That's quite the stack over here, actually, with the cannons in the middle. Quite a lot of projectiles to deal with. Oh. And then I'll take this, but then what does that give me? Oh, you just walk out through the side. Then hit checkpoint just in time to grab this cape. Now let's get out of here. Oh, like get out of here, I mean take way too much damage up front. If this would like to give me a projectile that I can jump on, that would be ideal. Oh, didn't see the bumpers. There we go. Okay. Well, traded to Buzzy Helmet, but that didn't do much good. Been a few seconds that we lasted with it. Yeah, it was going well for a while after we got rid of the chunk, but then so much for that. Oh, nope, knocked it out. Knocked ourselves out too, just about. Oh. Yeah, ideally we fly down there with the cloud, and even if we do grab the helmet, we try to get back in the cloud. We have to do that. No, should have done a spin on that. Then we'll just let everything fire. And nope. Lost it, but that's okay. We'll fly out of here and eventually make it. What if we could have gone under the right side there? Anyway, massive cannon stack coming. It's a gigantic tower. Oh, whoops. Nope, that was not the most convenient intersection. Where the cannons just decided to bop us up slightly. Like the wall in this case. Okay. Actually making it through here with the cape for once. That's fine, we'll jump it. And oh, went way too high on that. That was close, but we got it. Just barely. Okay, it's fine. Nope, that's gonna get us into trouble. And here... difficult to see what to go for here. I mean... I guess we just... get right on top of this. After a couple of bounces, it's going to checkpoint 2. Now... just pipe to the left, yeah. Just had to look at the stack carefully to... oop. Then... he's got a big helmet going. Wow, what a shot. And then, this seems pretty similar to the fight that we've seen before in one of the earlier levels. No, except we need to drop Bowser off the platform this time. Yeah, too many short bounces there because we didn't get the input down correctly once we got to that point. Put Bowser in the mix once we had to go to the platform. Now, this is with Super Mario World Bowser, so we have to be careful with the collision and not bounce into him because it could get ugly pretty quickly. So you could be able to go up top in that second direction. Oh. Much better. Oh. Yeah, too many things at once. I was trying to read that down there, trying to see if that was a bridge in lava or it was just coins. All the way down. Took a little too long to read it though, just... well, we should have been trying to progress a little better. Yeah, you can totally come out here, it just doesn't get you anything. Yeah, so we did a... right on top of it. There is a tiny little bridge segment there, it's 3 tiles wide. Below the other 3 tile bridge. And no, just getting this wrong every time. Well, that's a pretty significant high ground advantage on us. Yeah, this is going to be a little rough for a moment as we should go for that without bouncing into him, which is critical. Kind of a tough variation in a typical Bowser gate, because for once his bounce is actually going to matter quite a lot to the whole interaction there. So you need to be fairly crisp about landing towards him. And we'll try to get that done. We're starting to see the positioning here a bit better, but yeah, you sink him and then you get back to safety and then you try not to get pushed. Now, let's not choke here. Oh. Yeah, you do need a couple of cannonballs. A couple of them be available. This mole is not in the best position for us here. Very nice of those old to at least give us a power up for safety at the very end. And we'll hit the exit. Yeah, really interesting Bowser fight. Amazing how many complications were just thoroughly squeezed out of this whole concept and format we've seen in so many levels at this point today. And you have to respect that commitment to the idea, I think. And yeah, the Daring Descent series, I think, has been probably the most successful of these series so far in terms of just having tons of variety to the kinds of platforming that you can do as you are principally going down. But here's another daring descent. I don't know if this is the last one. It might be the last one overall. Certainly the last one for quite some time. At most. Let's take a look at Devil's Dare. Yeah, we'll push as far as we can today. I might be able to do a few more levels after this, but, you know, these are all fairly large scale, so... Obviously, given that we only have so much Maker 1 left at this point, in terms of playable or streamable hours, look at this guy. We do want to get through as much as we can. Yeah, look at this. It's like the equivalent of one of the other mecha levels that we've been seeing from various makers. But this one is just a giant tower boss. It's just controlling this entire column of space, and luckily it's not chomping us right away with those boxing glove chomps there. Bad timing. And yeah, so we need to do a well-timed column drop. One after another. The next ones aren't just going to be freebies like the first one here. So we head down to the green pipe. And yeah, you need to control your position pretty well there. To not die in the same spot as so many others before you. Okay, that'll be fine. Then down the steps. And not into the little pit here. It's kind of like the opposite of the N64 Bowser stairs. Mario 64, rather. Yeah, we can, but do we want to? Oh, it's just a cape, okay. And why not? But at this point, I think we're kind of playing up for survival. Oh, no. And we'll grab that, of course. And, yeah, caught it in the crossfire. And, whoop. The skull in crossfire. Anyway, back to start. And look at that, just barely evading the chomps. There's going to be a little bit of chomp RNG every time. I'm kind of finding it remarkable that we have not just gotten straight up sniped by that yet. The chomp's just in the opening when you're not able to move. Anyway, let's continue this way. Yeah, we know that there's an additional feather if we want to go back for it. Oh. Now let's just continue. We know we'll get the feather here. I like that there's a bit of a timing check on that as you try to obtain more power-ups. And then look at this bullet here trying to throw me off even further. Anything? Nope, nothing. We could have seen that. Okay, not perfect, but we made it to checkpoint and did a power-up check, so that'll do. And he's gonna chase you now. I feel like it should have been spins up here, but then I think we need to navigate down and probably get some kind of P-switch or Cape Feather Probably Cape Feather, actually. Unless that causes too many unstacking problems. Maybe it is a P-switch. Yeah, it's gonna be P-switches galore. And then need to survive this, which will be troublesome. Oh, no, not this way. And, oh no, we do know the donut block on the right, and then we'll get P-switches in the bottom. We'll see what the P-switch pattern should be. And yeah, you need to just go really, really fast around that loop. Possibly even loop twice. If you think you're going too slow, just drop back down and then hit another P on the way up. It needs to be pretty swift. Yeah, and then... Oh, should have done spin jumps here. That's okay, we got it. And we got sniped. What a reach through the wall there. Yeah, fascinating boss sequence here. Really one of the strongest ones in the set today, too, I think. I've seen some fantastic levels throughout. Okay. Yeah, spin jump there solves that pretty nicely. This one, too. And yeah, there was a power up in the top left, I think. Or perhaps a one up, but we'll not see it. We'll just get out. Speaking of getting out. Wow, that's a close shave here. Okay. And then, as with some of the other vertical drops, we'll just come down this way. Aki Setsuna, welcome. I'll give you a shout out after we're through this little bit of madness here. And yeah, this is meant to evoke one of the previous segments as well. We give you a quick acknowledgement. Hope League's been going well today. And then checkpoint. Oh, never mind. Missed a checkpoint. Yeah, it's meant to feel like going back to the previous room that had the identical structure. I think this is the thematic intention here. And here we just go quickly, spin, and then get chomped. Yeah, once you spin, you just try to leave there as quickly as you can. I always love these mega bosses in Maker 1, where with the old Potobu offset and with so many other nuances to the old stacking mechanics, you just had so much more of this stuff than we're able to see in Maker 2. Which did kill some of these ideas quite a bit. And you went 1-2 today in League, yeah. Okay. There we go. And yeah, I mean, you know, as a team game like that, there's only so much control that you'll have, so it's nice to feel good about your own contribution. Oh, missed this. Got it. Got a checkpoint anyway. We have another feather here anyway. Then we'll just go down this whole step sequence. Okay, down we go. And yes, that looks like it's probably going to be close to the exit. And the X is right here, but we need to deal with the boss at the X, which... there's a lot to read here, but I think it's going to be spin jumps on top of the middle here, and we hit the POW to unstack things. then having done that, what have we completed? Oh, photo boost there. That doesn't seem like it's going to be helpful unless there's a bomb that it detonates down below. Which, oh, there is. Let's grab the mushroom here. Yeah, the bombs hit some POWs. Oh, that doesn't unstack anything, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, we need a cape feather at some point so we can actually whip things, and then the idea is that once you get a feather to whip through some blocks, you can grab the stars, and stars will give you the boss skill. Like, that's the idea. Sure, and then, oh, lost that already. That's okay. Not making a mess out of this, but that's okay. We kind of revert the power-up state at checkpoint anyway. Yeah, it's a level that's kind of multi-part, where you see the boss come back several times. Actually reminds me of the octopus chase level in Tropical Freeze, Irate 8. Where, you know, you have a level that's kind of in 3 acts or so, and each act features the boss in some form. There are a couple of Maker levels that are kind of like that as well, where, you know, Mecha Bowzilla is definitely like that. We did get to replay that when we played all of Calvix's levels not too long ago. And... okay, down this way. Down this way. Yeah, there's a power-up check anyway, so as long as we make it here, we have a fair shot at what is to come, so... yeah, okay, power and stacks some munchers. That detonates a bomb. There's one on the other side too. Whoops. Oh, I see. Yes, it's that when you detonate the bombs on both sides, then you follow the conveyor right to left, and then that gives you the whole P-switch interaction. The P-switch interaction is going to release the stars. You take the stars to kill the boss. Yeah, we've seen some real stunners in a set today, and we're still early on in Glackum's portfolio here. Still within the first half or so, back in the 2016 part of the set. Okay, it's gonna be tough, but yeah, question blocks on either side. Whoa. Question blocks on either side are going to blow out the bombs on the floor. Okay, as long as we can make it to the boss room, power-ups here don't matter, as we know, because of the power-up check. What happens there? So we can just blitz through this a little bit and continue directly. Nope. Okay, let's get around here. And then we don't want to stand there, obviously, because the Potoboo is going to come down after we whack that. But yeah, we blow up both sides, and then we make sure we escort the objects. I don't know how passively we can just watch the objects go, but I wonder if there was some camera issues. Last time we successfully managed it. Okay. Oh. Okay, that was surprisingly safe. Blue on this side and on this side. And yeah, you just weave back and forth quickly and you can kind of outpace the chomps. Now, I think we do need to go below to see what's going on with the objects, possibly. Unless they're just following the conveyor over by themselves. Yeah, so... I see. That maybe we need to run over the bottom over there and survive long enough with the aid of a mushroom. Give us an additional point of damage boosting to pick up the power ourselves. Maybe. I don't know if that's plausible. But anyway, there we go. And, Presidium Chest WC just beat it by it. Surely you don't mean giving something a trim, not to underestimate his abilities, but I know he's very much a precision guy. And just a minute here, This is interesting enough, what you're telling me. Oh, the alt wolf that he was working on, right? Or... yeah, because I know he was working on something. And that as a big precision guy that he's definitely been grinding things out, but... anyway, I hope you were enjoying how things were going over there. Yeah, I did... yeah, no, I just kind of peeked over to see what was going on in his channel, and I did see that he's working on some of the trimming tech. But that... he was working on something of Aldwolf's earlier in the stream. Anyway, I hope that was enjoyable, whatever it was over there. It's always a good time over on Chess's channel, so... oh. And yeah, let's just rush through it. We don't particularly care about damage in this location. We do care about damage in this location because this is where things get a bit rough. But there are mushrooms down below, so you just let this guy punch either way and then get out. And then we grab the mushroom over here, unstack, and then once we unstack, now what do? I think once we freeze it on this side, then on the other end we grab the P, right? And then a P gets me to star. No, the P gets me to P door. We actually want P doors to exit. I was wondering, since of course this level might even predate key doors in the game, that, you know, it's not, of course, any kind of key door that is being controlled by the boss. And one of the challenges this early on in Maker 1 was designing it in such a way that bosses would actually be consequential, that they were obstructing the exit in some way that would require you to defeat them. Which was not really an easy problem to solve, given how damage boosts work in this game, and how easy... well, how difficult it is to control for that one. Any power-up just lets the player bust through whatever they want, like I'm doing in this segment right here. But yeah, the POW on the left side freezes to stack, which is important, but maybe not absolutely essential. Although, I guess the idea is that you want to freeze it in such a way that it's no longer obstructing the P door that is in the center. No, let's get it out of the way first. And that was not great. Okay, now let's grab that. Wow, that was awfully accurate. That was a bad idea to jump for it, but we actually did manage to hit that without whacking the spike top, which was unlikely, but didn't last very long, as you can see. Now let's keep going. Okay. That's fine. Now that we know how to get here, we can do so somewhat consistently. Okay, so left side first. And we get up to the POW. And we're able to spin over. That's way out of position. Let's just wait for the chumps to do their work first. Then, yeah, let's bust up the other side too. Probably we should not get hit by fire at this point. The Potabu is a bit of a threat. Okay, up throw actually works beautifully there. Now... Oh. I wasn't watching my feet. We were so close to that because we had a wide open P-door that was no longer being fully obstructed by the boss in the middle. You only really get to see that consistently once you do use the POW to reach the boss's location. And then once you have done that and frozen him with access to the door on top of that cloud in the center, which is pretty well disguised in the piece which does rest, and so we just totally didn't watch out for the fire that we were sending down to the bomb over here for the activation, which is too bad that it just keeps bobbing down indefinitely. And oh, it's okay, let's go for the POW first. We can wait for the flame. And then up throw here. Kind of blocks that, but we'll just have to be able to take damage from the spine, I think. Yeah, we will have to. Oh no, now we're in trouble. Because now we can't take damage from spine. Yeah, yes we can, because we can just blow everything up like this. That's what the stars are for, and then that's the axe. Fantastic boss fight. And you know, the level spends the entire time teasing boss too. You know, you fight this guy or run away from him anyway multiple times, and then you get here and get to take him apart with this sort of miniature puzzle sequence almost, and covers the whole screen. Yeah, Devil's Dare. Looks like it is the finale of the Daring Descent sub-series here, and it's a terrific way for that to go. We'll keep going. I think that might be the best one in the set so far. I know I said that with one of the other levels earlier as well. Look at how underplayed this is, too. I mean, you know, in general, this is a pretty well-played profile, but still, for something of that quality. Yeah, I think Basalt Bass was the other one that was really, really impressive today. I mean, you know, all of these were very good and unique, but that was the one, Basalt Bass there, that we had a great time with in both versions. Devil's Dare, I think, was just a whole other level, though, when it comes to what it was doing with this multi-segment boss design. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people slept on this and have no idea, you know, how good this level was. It's definitely one that we'll have to pass around to people who haven't seen it yet. Anyway, we'll have a little bit of time today to keep on pressing. I don't know how far we'll get, again, depending on length. I'm a little behind my intended pace, I think. Because, how many did we even cover today? We started here. Yeah, we've done 17 today. Let's do a few more. Because at this rate, I don't know how well we'll do with getting through Glackum set within this week, so we can squeeze in a few other makers before shutdown. Because I do have a very long list, and we'll only get through some of them. Anyway, a last level about taking breaks. How long a break are we talking about here? Yeah, I guess, you know, he was really blitzing through this, and this was January 2016, so definitely before the key door patch, which is why the boss was set up with the P door the way that it was. Is with the P door obstruction, which, if we had positioned the boss off-center better than we had, we wouldn't have needed to grab the stars to eliminate the spinies, but the stars got us out of trouble there when we blocked the door the way we did. Yeah, if this was about taking breaks, then this wasn't much of a break. A few days at most. But he says he's done, so is he now? This is about a 30% or so. Anyway, we get Lanky and we get the boot. And then we're going to miss everything here. Oh, it probably is one of those levels that has a high clear percentage because it allows you to reset easily on the bottom track if you don't just want to restart right away. We'll take a look at this anyway just to see how this was set up. Oh, maybe there's just an easy path and a hard path, for all we know. Oh. And then, oh, lost it. That's okay, we'll keep on going while we, oh. We have no muscle memory whatsoever for the lanky mushroom jump, and so we're wildly out of position on every drop. And, yeah, I don't position this very well. It's not mechanically intuitive to me. This is just so different from any other platformer physics we're likely to see. And yeah, so it does look like it gives you access to the ending here, but the hard route is obviously what we want to take if we can. But you need to hold into the full jump to do it. So we'll try to keep things steady here. Approach jump, actually, with the lanky mushroom feels quite nice. Even though I lost a helmet there. So yeah, we didn't get anywhere close to the top path. We'll try to make a few attempts at this to see the top path, because we just didn't get to see it. I don't know if we'll necessarily clear it that way, but I do want to wrap back around and take a look. And yeah, we just need a nice full jump at every point here. Oh, still behind pace. We'll just lower the clear rate accordingly. There we go. Yeah, no, look at that. That's quite a lot of buzzies here. And then quite a lot of hammers too, but oh. Well, we didn't quite complete it, but I'm satisfied. Not much more up there, but a few more buzzies, I think, so. We'll take it. Slightly faster, too. Caves and carnivores. Looks vaguely like one of the earliest levels in the entire set. Look at the mole stack at the very beginning, giving you this little introduction to various enemies you're going to see here. That mole stack in the top left, very stylish. Also just showing off how many entities he has to spare. Budget. Yeah, it's kind of warning you there's going to be a mole stack on practically everything that you see. It looks grounded. This bit in the top left. Okay, we'll go low. There is a door that's available on that side. I suppose we should check it. Then, where could we possibly go with this? Over here. Oh, just back over here. Okay. Let's not destroy all the question blocks right now in case we look back and want them at some point. And yeah, we're just gonna duck in here and let the spiny hat do the talking. I should have jumped that bomb and used it, but that's okay. Yeah, there we go. You can proceed pretty safely if you use the helmet. Of course, we only have about 100 seconds left. We can't dawdle indefinitely. Oh, wow. Didn't think about the instant detonation on the bomb being raised because we didn't look at the muncher. But yeah, given how good the spiny hat is, we'll keep it. Let's try to get out this way. Yeah, so we'll have to watch out for the big bombs. Oh, that was a bit of a daring punch over there just to get out of that. These stepwise layouts, of course, were all over the castle that we saw as well. Yeah, so we just back out of that so we're not within detonation range, and then yeah, spiny hat is really saving the day here. Won't be able to do that past checkpoint. Yeah, these are instant as well because of the munchers on a stack. And then we'll continue on the right side. Having the spiny hat here, of course, helps quite a bit. Can we reach? Yeah. Then, do have the means to do this. Do we have the time? Almost. Okay, that's fine. Oh, we must be pretty close to the ending here. That's the end. Here's some carnivores. Well, who are the carnivores? I think Mario here is the carnivore. Going after that soft, fuzzy meat. Tenderizing everything properly with the helmet. And thank you so much for the GGs. The Flying Morgue's underside. Okay. let's... Oh, I see, that's why it's the flying morgue. Because everything here is skulls, and we do need the boot in order to get to the first checkpoint. So this looks like it's basically a tutorial section, given how quick the checkpoint is. Yeah, well... Oh! A little bit too much bobbing on the falling platform with the boot, which threw off my ability to jump off. And yeah, just need to stall as much as possible to get that going. Interesting thematic concept for an airship level. You have to... Whoa. We died to the checkpoint mushroom. The checkpoint mushroom was actually a liability there. We could have done the crouch jump, maybe, but no, I think that was maybe just an oversight. We have the death at checkpoint. Or, oh, no, yeah, you're supposed to keep the boot, perhaps. But then, with the one tile slot there, you would still need to duck into it if you did have the checkpoint mushroom. Does seem like a design oversight. Yeah, but the coins get you through here. And then you need to do a little bit better to get across over there, and then after that we have to deal with the munch gate. Now, and oh, we got dunked. Maybe you are supposed to go over the muncher. It is aligned in such a way that permits you to drop off with it. That should have been plan A. Okay, and then you drop. Yeah, so the thing about the question blocks is that it encourages you to hug the ceiling at certain points. I mean, it's also there just to complete this thematically. That you have a satisfying effect of dropping bones everywhere, which is going to make for some kind of big set piece sequence later on. Yeah, once again, let's wait for the muncher. Okay, here we go. Then, too low once again. Have to hold the jump pretty aggressively as soon as you fall down in that position, I think. And if it's too early, you can always back to the left. Okay, punch her down. Yeah, oh, I was trying to go back and work out. That's okay, we'll get this down a little bit more reliably, and then up we go. Oh, 1 second, let's wait for the muncher. And then, yeah. The bounce over here worked out. Oh, that's it. Very entity heavy to drop the munchers everywhere, of course. Which is still much nicer than trying to put spike tiles everywhere. And of course you wouldn't be able to use grinders just because of the boot interaction with them. Yeah, a really neat idea. Just aesthetically speaking. Busting all the bones from the bottom of the airship. How does that thing even achieve lift with that much cargo? Caves and Carnivores 2. Let's see what the sequel is like then. Yeah, did we actually load some of the thumbnails earlier? Just see these properly. Okay. How many caves and carnivores are we talking about? Quite a few. I wonder. These are all comparatively gentle, then maybe we can get through a few more of those today. And yeah, we still got so much to do. So this is our second stream of Glackum's levels. I was expecting to take about 4. So we will be seeing more of this set throughout the week. Assuming that I don't feel rushed enough to take shortcuts, but we'll see. They've been big levels so far more often than not, which we like to see. But of course, it does naturally introduce some challenges when it comes to appropriately allocating the time to do everything. Okay. Yeah, everything's gonna sink, but then we can get up this way because, of course, it's make 1 and things don't just automatically die in there. Oh. Okay, got a cape. So, losing that wasn't too bad. And yeah, look at this embedding of the spiny on a mole stack inside the ground as well. I feel like that doesn't work in Maker 2. Absolutely not. Oh, whoops. Whipped it by mistake. I was trying to spin on top of it. We could have just jumped it. Jumped over it. Oh, so much for that. This guy trying to push me over like he's trying his best to be a bully. I mean, a bully in the 3D Mario sense. Oh, yeah, that was unfortunate. Just getting jammed on that stack. Let's wait this out for a moment. Just to take a moment to reorient. Yeah, without the cape whip, however, that one's going to be much harder. Okay. Okay, this time we won't whip that one. Oh, really have to sneak into the side here, I think. Whoa. Surely this isn't precision-oriented. It is. In a manner of speaking. I'm sure actual precision players would consider that very generous. But we're gonna make it through and... Oh, yeah, power-up check. Again, let's not die squish death. Interesting, that's all there is to it. Yeah, let's try to play as at least far enough to get through the Caves and Carnivore set, at least what we see of it here. Which means we'll have to get through Bone Brink. Once again, the Beast just cleaning up the records on these, who knows how many years ago. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a wave level. And you see a checkpoint up top as well. Well, I wonder if it is going to be the wave sequence. No, I see. It's just based on these circles here. Yeah, actually rather akin to... first of all, one of the levels by the Japanese maker Manchufu that we'd seen. Secondly, of course, to the document pipeline level, pipeline plateaus. Look at the speed, by the way, on my way up that other platform earlier. I don't know if we'll get a chance to rather a second chance to show it off, but yeah, we just have to get back here. I see. So yeah, if you lose, you lose quite a bit of progress. Amazing how clean the layout is too for something that is so centrally track-based. Like you're loading everything in, but then, you know, all the platforms just get out of each other's way, and all the circles were, I think, very carefully placed to make this look as clean as possible. Has a playable space. And yeah, we wrap around if we make it over those jumps, we get to the checkpoint flag, then we enter the door. And we'll see what the next segment is after that. Okay. No trouble here previously, it's just ride it across. And oh, I feel like I was supposed to get that. Or maybe not. We'll see. Okay. There we go, and then we lower everything else onto a few additional circles, perhaps. Yeah, I like how you can jump into these and then, oh, we lost it. And then you just jump into them, these circles. It's actually kind of like something out of Sonic the Hedgehog, almost. Where you just set up something that has all this slippery momentum control to it. Okay. Up we go. Nope. Still somewhat mistiming this. And over here. Yeah, everything that has been loaded onto track stays loaded. And we... Oh, no. Killing momentum too aggressively there. Oops. Anyway, yeah, we just need to make that big jump over to the left, and we're very close to the flag. We'll just ride the corner over. Let the camera do all this work. Yeah, look at that mega hyperspeed track platform just now that we managed to show off. It's completely immaterial to the actual play of the level, at least in this segment so far. At the same time, that's how you know the maker is just aware and flexing. Oops. Anyway, let's push through and then, yeah. Kind of like running off a conveyor with the way that it just releases you. Very snappy fashion. Oh, we missed. Okay, there we go. Anyway, let's ride. Yeah, I wonder what it was. The collisions that was giving us that. There we go. Nope, and then we just missed it. We should readjust a little bit at the second ring, I think, just to make sure we get out of it properly. Like how nicely placed that mushroom target is, just to give you a little bit of assurance that you're on track. Yeah, so watch the speed here. Zoom. Okay. It's okay, we're not too far as far as this reset goes. Alright, let's get down here. Then, up we go, up the top, and that's checkpoint. Let's load up some more. And yeah, we should have stayed riding. For camera purposes. Then, yeah, it gives you a pretty clear indication of where to jump, but we've done better. Oh, whoops. Seems like we were really in the pocket for that one, too. But not quite. Not quite clear. And that stalls you slightly. Oh, a bit low. And Eekmoon, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I hope I pronounced your name accurately. But welcome in. And I'll slow this up. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, the stagger pattern isn't too bad, and then that just gets you to goal right away, so it's nice and simple. Yeah. And Eekmoon 42, I suppose the 42 just signals to me that you know where your towel is. But hope you've been having a good time. We're getting near the end of the stream, but I'm going to stay for maybe a few more levels before we wind down. Since I do want to get through this profile this week. I shut down looming. And Caves and Carnivores 3. Let's get in there and take a look. But yeah, I used to read Douglas Adams like backward and forward. Well, not backward, but you know, I read The Hitchhiker's Guide like very, very thoroughly when I was younger. It's been a while since I've gone back to it though, but that's just due to lack of reading time generally. Anyway, P-Switch is going to freeze everything here. How does that help us? Oh, P-Switch is going to drop in over there. I suppose it helps us with the conveyors. It just simplifies things a bit. It's not strictly necessary, but ooh, look at that. These cheap chains have been all over a couple of these levels that kind of have fake water that's using ice blocks, because of course that's just what you did back in Maker 1. And yeah, without the P-switch we have a slightly more complicated time here. But only slightly. Kind of bouncing off the walls anyway. And yeah, these little spawns here through the spring, you can't do that in Maker 2, that's for sure. Oh. And that was poor judgment on my part. Yeah, ice blocks for waterfalls, rivers, with blocks and rails too. Yeah, we saw a couple that were like that in this set already. Because earlier today we saw a level that was, I think, meant to be like descending into a dripping cavern. Saw track effects. Convey that all over the place. But yeah, there's so much stuff about Maker 1 that actually feels much more flexible in Maker 2 despite the tool set. I made the same mistake here. I keep thinking I could just go over when we have plenty of room to just get to the pipe under the buzzy. And, well, just poor estimates on our part. Let's try it again. Yeah, I've been running Glackum's whole set today. This is actually my second stream of doing these levels. Because he's a maker I kind of knew by reputation, but I'd hardly ever played much of him. And we're kind of getting to closer to halfway point, I guess. And that's what we've basically been doing since early January, just playing entire makers profile by profile. We won't have too much time to do much more of that, just because the shutdown is looming, and we'll have to, you know, really start picking hit singles from here. But yeah, we've just been doing maker retrospectives of just a couple dozen makers over the past few weeks, and it's been a fun experience because you can really see, you know, back when everybody was new and figuring out what to do with this game, that you have this great sense of experimentation that eventually focuses into a style, and it's very gratifying to watch that in action. So I got Maker 1 on day 1 of its release, but like many people, I fell off of it within a few months, without having made very much of note or without having interacted much with the community. And then just a few weeks before Maker 2 was announced, back in 2019, I got back into Maker 1 in a really big way. And started playing a lot of the community creations. But then, of course, Maker 2 took over pretty quickly after that, within a few months, and my attention just went over to that completely. Because that's just where the action was. I didn't stream until Maker 2. I didn't have a capture card until Maker 2. That's the goal right there. And so every now and then we've been going back to a lot of Maker 1. So I think about 2 years ago I streamed all of the Years of Mario Maker levels, 1, 2, 3 YMM. Because I myself was involved in the Maker 2 editions of what that group was doing. So, you know, by then we kind of got to know a lot of the makers who were involved. If they were the Maker 1 old-timers at that point. And then, like I said, this year, since January, the shutdown was announced in October, I think, but I was busy with some other things at the time. But since January, we've been focusing mainly on just discovering as much as we can about Maker 1, and particularly going through levels that just absolutely can't be recreated due to all the mechanics changes and other engine changes. So it is too bad that we have to shut down. And, yeah, the Bashad Visor, oops, let's pay attention here, was an accident on your end as well. Yeah, it's... like I was saying much earlier in the stream, I don't even remember what it was that brought me back to Maker 1 when I got back to it a couple years after release, when it was not that active. I mean, you know, this was, what, about 2 years into the Switch at that point, and to pull out my Wii U at all, I think would have required some kind of reason. There was something that brought me back into it. I know I was watching tons of Steve videos at that time as well, and catching up on that whole channel, and because up to the point I'd never really thought much about the sort of engineering side of Maker 1 in terms of how much it had developed, but that wasn't the only thing that got me back into Maker 1. Like, my attention was back on it at that point, and I think maybe there was a lot of bookmark sharing or something that was going on all of a sudden among some people I knew who were digging out old codes. But something brought me back, and it just fed directly into the launch of Maker 2. Have I played Lulu's levels? I don't think I have. And yeah, this is something we've talked a lot about when drawing comparisons to Maker 2, is that Maker 2, you know, it's not just a mechanics change, it's that the community dynamics completely changed. And that day one with Maker 2, people already seem to have a very concrete idea of what kind of level design they valued and which team they belonged to effectively, and what they wanted to build, and what kind of length they would accept, and what kind of checkpointing they expected, and so on. And at that point, it was very kind of socially fixed. And I think that, you know, within Maker 2, there are lots of healthy sub-communities that have their own design style, and that have their own level of activity, but which don't really interact with each other to nearly the same degree that people did in Maker 1, with trying out a lot of different styles before genre conventions really took hold. And so yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. That, you know, people were, I think, less set in their ways as people who are still just discovering what the engine could do. Just trying to find a way up to that shell, and we have been flubbing all these jumps. That's okay. Yeah, but it's been nice to see attention back on Maker 1 again, as people realize just how close the shutdown is. Because even when I was starting to put together a list of makers I wanted to go through, Snatch, I'm not tripping any herbs today. It's way beyond my capability. Like, literally the first jump of that level is way beyond my capability, and so I'm very content to just watch people do it and follow the story of Team 0% as it goes along. I mean, Team 0% already kind of felt out of reach for me as a player even a few weeks ago, as they were down to the last few hundred, so... Yeah, this is definitely not the kind of, you know, look how good I am at Mario stream. And I'm glad that those channels do exist, because I enjoy watching them perfectly well. But... yeah, okay, so here we go. Whoops, oh, the pipe was right there. I don't know why I went right. You wonder if it'll get cleared. Yeah, I know, there's a lot of suspense over that right now, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm not actually worried about clearing these levels. It's pretty clear when I see something that is mechanically worrisome. But I have a bit of a slower playstyle than a lot of people, where I sometimes die to things because I'm taking too long to read it. But every now and then it helps, because it means that there are certain things that will catch other players that don't catch me, but it goes both ways. But yeah, like I was saying much earlier in the stream when somebody was bringing it up, that it's very clear if you're in Maker 1 and seeing what's been going on with a lot of the Maker stats and leaderboards and such week to week, that lots of people are suddenly trying trimming the herbs for themselves and clearly just dying right away, and then dropping a star in it anyway, because like Ahoyo, the creator of trimming the herbs and the whole bomb series, bombs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, has shot up to, I think, number 2 in global rank just in the past few days. And I could see that change because, you know, I'm streaming Maker 1 often enough that I'm seeing how activity is small enough nowadays that, you know, even if I'm running one stream that is about a given maker, that's enough to get them in the top 10 or 20 on the board. And so when people are occasionally just replaying old favorite makers, and you see a lot of names just rise to the top for a week or so. And this week, though, clearly a lot of people are trying out the level at least just to see, okay, how bad could it possibly be? And then they realize, okay, yeah, that's not happening. But yeah, I know there's been some steady progress on getting the segments down by some people who've been doing it. Like, I know Little Curbs has been working on it, and some of the other streamers. I know Panga started streaming it today. Panga had been kind of ignoring a lot of the 0% stuff. He hadn't really been playing Maker 1, I think. But whereas some of the other big streamers like The Beast and Orator and Curbs and such have been on it and bagging a lot of clears in the last few hundred. But the level is getting attention now. It's getting a lot of firepower on it. And we'll see if that actually brings us any kind of result, because, you know, I think the deadline crunch is really kind of tense at this point. Because things were looking pretty optimistic about Team 0%. In terms of just how much time they were leaving themselves, or so it looked. Then, you know, where you realize, okay, how bad could it be? Looks like we're well on pace to do stuff. Anyway, this is a great little boss room here as well. This is a nice thing about Glackum levels, is that he really loves his mega bosses. And they all have quite a bit of uniqueness to them. This room actually reminds me of one of the fights in, I want to say, Hollow Knight as well. We actually want to grab the bones off the bones. So why haven't we been doing that? Because I haven't been thinking about using Yoshi properly. Oh, you know what? We have the cape. We could have just busted through the wall anytime we like. But I'm here just kind of playing the boss, and yeah, there's no key door or anything, so it's just obstruction. But we want to keep Yoshi as much as possible, obviously. And if we can just pop this guy. No. Wait. Yeah, I just want to... Oh, you know what? We can probably drop this muncher as well. Why would we want to do that? Because it gives you more bones. Okay. And it traps the bones in such a way that they're not going to fire at you. They are available as a projectile. That's really neat. It just gives you ammo. Okay, so the enemy holding the boss music is down. And Snajoho doesn't like the attention. Yeah, I know that everybody's just been communicating with him secondhand in it. for various reasons, he fell off the game really hard after uploading Bombs 5. And had already kind of fallen off before that, and just wanted to get the upload on the server from what I was hearing. So we can... Was this a P-switch? Yeah, this was a P-switch. We should have just stepped on it. Except we have very few things to work with here. We'd better do it. If we need to jump off Yoshi, we'll jump off Yoshi. I collected... Oh, okay, no, these are not even coins. So that's okay. Let's get over here and... Got a few seconds to make it to the gate. And we'll get the stylish clear over here. And Eekmoon, you were saying you love watching Sanix try it. Yeah, I haven't really caught much of Sanix's stream. I haven't been catching everybody who's been doing it because I was watching a lot more 0% last week when they were down to a few, and in the last 2 or 3 weeks you started seeing a lot of the, you know, all trimming all the time streams start coming up. And it was interesting to watch that happen where, you know, for people following it and in the know at that point, like there was this kind of feeling of dread that, okay, this is the one that is going to be the last one standing, and it was just a matter of time before everybody else just kind of caught on to that. And that Dervishad was good. Best of luck goes out to you getting an as cool Paper Mario goodie DIY battle scene. Oh, you mean in terms of special edition goodies in... did they announce like an EU special edition for it or something? Because I actually haven't been keeping up with anything like that with Nintendo news. But, oh, in terms of, you know, special editions and the like. I find that I rarely collect a lot of physical goodies for Nintendo special editions. Although the few times I have, things have wound up extremely valuable. Cannons and jets, space jets. Kind of a sub 1%. Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll try to do a few more. I usually just run the stream for about 4 hours or so, and we're past that today, but I really do want to push through this set pretty hard if I can, so... So Europe got a DIY battle scene. Yeah, that sounds amazing. If it's just your own little papercraft that you can pull out of the box and assemble. But yeah, it's kind of too bad that we have so little time left with Maker 1, because... I mean, I think it was always going to be the case where by the time you had a shutdown that it would be this feeling of realizing how little time there is to do what you always wanted. It's funny because, you know, for years and years, Maker 1 was just kind of sitting there totally neglected too, right? Where you would look at the Maker 1 category in Twitch and it would just be like one guy with a bot running a lucky draw. And anyway, I love the use of the Super Mario Land ship here to do a bit of ship-to-ship combat. Except we keep losing it. Anyway, let's be careful here. And yeah, just a lot of positioning. And yeah, we've, in the process of going through so many makers, found a lot of levels, actually, that are surprisingly underplayed in some ways. I mean, there's still reasonably popular profiles where I think most people in Maker 1 would have been pretty happy with getting, you know, plays in the mid-hundreds on a level, but But, you know, if you're only getting a few hundred plays, it's not really going to be the household name kind of level that has thousands of plays on it, right? And we've been seeing lots of truly excellent levels that are sort of in that zone, particularly later creations that were using some of the various glitches or mechanics that were discovered after attention had mostly gone from Maker 1. There was a lot like that. Why did I just hit R like I was jumping out of a boot? Oh no, probably because I was aiming for a mystery mushroom in that cloud. Which is probably just the plane again for those starting at checkpoint. Let's actually get to the checkpoint if we manage it. We're in trouble. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if you have your own levels sitting around in your car spot, you can still record them whenever. I'm definitely planning. It's kind of too bad that, you know, you sort of have this shared space between the download core spot and your own core spot, basically, in Maker 1, which is something they split off in Maker 2 into two parts. But I'm definitely planning to just download local copies of a couple dozen levels that I know I'll want to play again, or which I want to look at in the editor, because even some levels that I can't necessarily beat or whatever, some of them are mechanically interesting enough in ways that cannot be recreated in Maker 2 that I want to have my own little local collection by the end of it. But yeah, the main reason that I've been streaming mainly Maker 1 in the past few months is so we can just get some video preservation going. And I know the level archive is expected to be up on Pretendo Network when they sort of finish the system that they're trying to put together for getting the existing level archive accessible through their servers and through emulation. You know, the levels are not going to be permanently lost or whatever, but realistically it's going to be much less playable than it is on original hardware now, right? So, whoops. Your Wii U is in France, you now live in Spain. Yeah, that's tricky. I was away from my Wii U for a couple years as well, actually, because I used to move around a lot, which is why off-screen play was great. Back before there was such a thing as a Switch, because, you know, very often I'd be in a situation where I just don't have a television kicking around, or even an external monitor. But it also meant that for a long time I was away from my Wii U as well. And I actually got my Wii U back a few years ago specifically to stream Maker 1, the last time that I did a big Maker 1 special for a couple months. Back in 2022, I want to say. But yeah, the game was such a unique character to it. And it's one of those things where, you know, from a casual perspective, people really don't realize just how different the games are. Because you have the obvious stuff like the amiibo costumes that you see right here, but that seems like that was nowhere near giving me something to jump on. Oh, you're supposed to ride the cloud, no wonder. I didn't even look at the cloud, I just plucked the costume off of it. Didn't even think about, you know, properly flying with this. Going cloud to cloud is something that we've done in some of the other Glackum levels as well, of course. Some pretty interesting ones earlier. Yeah, let's go cloud to cloud if we can. Oh, missed it completely. Missed it completely. We could have just stayed alive on top. And yeah, I'm in a more stable situation now, but... Oh yeah, missed a cloud once again. And infrastructure does so much for games to be played on a service level, and you're saying... sorry, I should really, like, not fly and read at the same time. because I'm missing clouds. That's okay, we've got another one here shortly. Oh, totally missed it. Cloud momentum just carried it over too far for me to pick up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, Maker 1 was very, very obvious about being a spiritual sequel to Mario Paint. And really kind of leaning into being a toy box. Where playing around with the editor is itself a video game, right? And not just because you get to do the Fly Swatter game. But I think just the way it was set up as an interface and as a site for experimentation. Like the Maker 2 editor feels more like a tool that's a little more efficient and with the edges sanded off, but look at that! That one of the Magic Koopas actually zapped the cloud. I hadn't seen that before. But Magic Koopas used to destroy everything. We played a level a little while ago that had Magic Koopas destroying one-way panels, which was patched out, as I understand it. But we actually just saw the cloud get zapped, which is crazy. And yeah, with the various cursors too, like the cat paw, as you were saying. But yeah, it was very clear in recent weeks just from playing Maker 1 that I'm going to miss this game a lot, and I wish I'd put more time into it. Fireflower, if we want to. Do we just get the same kind of costume? Oh, Olimar, yeah, we'll keep him. We'll probably get a choice of a whole bunch of different costumes, actually. Right by the flag. Yamamura, and then Shy Guy. Meta Knight. Oh, Slippy. Let's get Slippy. I mean, this is basically a Star Fox level in some ways, so let's see if I can keep Slippy. And then I guess we'd probably want to go into the pipe on the left side. Go on, Slippy. Get out of here. There we go. I always preferred the original Star Fox sound effects in the Super Nintendo version. But whether we will successfully keep Slippy is a different question. But very appropriate. I was actually thinking at the beginning of this level that it was sort of set up like Space Armada in the original Star Fox. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we need to jump directly into that to pick it up. I barely ever played 100 Mario in this game. Just like how I never really play Endless in Maker 2, and the downside of that is that I will not have very many costumes at all to mess around with offline in the editor. I just never really prioritized unlocking them. But I remember back in 2015 when I tried 100 Mario, that I really didn't enjoy it. And that if that were the only form of discoverability for me, I probably would have fallen off Mario Maker much more permanently than I did. Yeah, Magic Koopa is making gold flags disappear. I used that myself in Maker 2. It's still there in Maker 2, and I have a level that features it somewhat heavily. And yeah, it's been interesting to, you know, kind of get back into the perspective when a lot of this stuff was completely new to people, that you would sometimes see levels that really wear on their sleeve just how wowed people were by mechanics that we now relatively take for granted. we'll get through this. Even so, likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to have maybe at least one viewer level session before servers go down. Either that, or I'm going to be grabbing people's level codes off of my Discord, where some people have already been sending me some recommendations. So yes, do drop a code. I will not be doing it on one of the days when I'm just featuring one maker exclusively, but I'm trying to accommodate people because I do have a couple of viewers who want to show me stuff in Maker 1, and if I don't have time to go through their profiles completely, as I likely won't, I do actually want to see what people have to show me. So yes, you're quite welcome to share, and we'll see what we can do. Like I said, we're just running so low on time for this game at this point. I have to adjust plans a little bit, but it is absolutely my hope that we'll have some kind of viewer submission fest. It might not be like the usual style of queue that we run in Maker 2, but I do want to accommodate people who want to see if the levels played one last time. Yeah, Akisasuna, the goal flag interaction with the Magic Koopa is in both games. Yeah, for sure it's in both games, as we've seen it often enough. But it's one of those things that still has a bit of wow factor to it for anybody who's seeing it for the first time, where... And it's always fun to see somebody who doesn't know it run into it for the first time and just, you know, scramble about looking for the axe or the flag. We'll see how long this one takes. This might be the last level today, depending on how long I take to wrap it up, but we'll see what I can do. And yeah, I'll be back most days this week, around this time frame. And it's going to be all Maker 1 until the shutdown. We usually do Maker 2 on weekends, but that's on hold for now while more urgent business presents itself. So. Okay. Yeah, this middle passage here is actually not the best. I'm trying to dodge things. I should maybe try to stay high on the top path here. Yeah, occasionally we just get zoned out by some of these bloopers. But if we kind of take a top path and whoa, yeah, there was no way out of that one. Yeah, the whole trick to this level is just, you know, finding a favorite path that we are comfortable with, I think. Wow, that was close. I actually did go right in between. Yeah, so for that segment, we actually want to land on top of the cannons as soon as we can, because then the next volley will just go around and right over. Whoops. Sort of wish we could have kept Slippy. Yeah, this is a tough position to be in, because there's no way through either the top or the bottom ship without standing on the cannon momentarily and quickly. Oh, no. Get crunched here. So we don't want to fall behind the auto-scroll, but we really need to pick a better pathway here. Yeah, occasionally, you know, it pays to just wait a little bit to let a projectile pass. I think we need to be slightly patient about that, but still quick on our feet to resume. We're falling behind a scroll quite a bit at this point. It's okay. Bit of a busy segment. Of course, the airship camera bob adds complications as well, as it usually does. Whoops. We'll get through it. Yeah, losing momentum is not great though, so occasionally we want to stall a little bit. Just so we can read the projectiles accurately, but can't really do that too excessively. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, if we can find a good path, then we'll try to manage it more consistently. But if we fall off that even slightly, it's a bit of a wild situation here if you try to improvise. Getting very stuck over there. We'll get through it, just need to find a path. Play reasonably well. Yeah, here I really do need to get on top of that right away. That's the furthest point we've reached so far, simply because both the top and the bottom are constrained to such an extremely specific column. And not missing the mystery mushroom would also assist. No, bad timing. Yeah. Okay. A little better at some of this. Oh, almost had it, but we slipped. Just trying to stay on top of that cannon there. Oh. I was kind of surprised to survive that one, briefly. Yeah, the way those are staggered. No, if you go through the middle stack, then you can actually jump on top of the one on top. Do kind of a tile's worth of height there. And of course, if you're able to take damage there, that's fine, but you would get into trouble immediately afterwards, so... Much too early here. Yeah, it's this column that creates some difficulties. Oops. Just getting our feet stuck every now and then too, which is a little unfortunate, but okay. Well, that was better than usual, but still not quite where we need to be. Yeah, backing out of some of these jumps is actually okay, as long as we aren't all the way on the left side of the screen here. Oh, what's stuck there again? That's by far the hardest column. This is a huge roadblock in this entire thing. Anyway, we're going to let Mario take the slow death. Okay, he's just rhythmically playing with his own echo. Don't think we'd even heard that one recently. That sing back pattern on the long death. But yeah, very time consuming, but it's the kind of thing that really gave Mario Maker 1 so much character. It's sort of been entertaining to sit through it every time just because we don't get that anymore. Yeah, that one you have to go over in the middle stack. It's just the only way. Unless maybe there's a way to speed through it faster. Which is sometimes the case, that something is very awkward platforming-wise, usually it's too slow. Okay, we got through that this time. And then, almost there, the clouds are within view. That's pretty much the ending. But it looks good, we just survived the clouds past that point. Generally feels like it should be the end segment. We just lost a bit too much speed while trying to negotiate this bit here safely. So the clear will come. It's just a matter of straightening out the attempts until then. Okay. Yeah, that shot right there, that's the most worrisome one. And yeah, Ikmoon Boom Boom World that just released last week in Maker 2 is by Mang and Luca, who we've featured on our Maker 2 stream many times in the past, and are regular viewers of ours. They'd been working on that super world for, I think, about a year and a half at least at this point. And so we had playtested maybe a quarter to a third of it on my stream before, as, you know, pre-release alpha. And yeah, so I've been saying for some time that that Super World was literally my most anticipated video game of 2024, and I'm not kidding about it. Because I sort of knew from the content I'd seen in it already that it was likely to be very worthwhile. A couple of other people in Maker 2 have been streaming it already. The makers do know that I'm not going to get to it until Maker 1 shuts down, but that's something to look forward to, is that in April I do plan to go back to Maker 2 and do a whole bunch of Super Worlds, which we haven't done in a very long time. But I have a pile of complete Super Worlds that I actually do want to see. I didn't know Barnstorm had one coming, I did play his entire Breath of the Wild sequence on stream a little while ago when I was doing Zelda levels. Actually, I wonder if you recommended that to me. You might have. Because I did do the entire series of that. And I think I'd done maybe some of his Metroid sequence as well. I know Barnstorm's been very complete about some of that. Oops. Is recreating Ocarina of Time in most likely 40 levels interesting? But yeah, a lot of people who are kind of known to our channel here have had worlds out lately. MGM1, welcome. MGM1, have you cleared Agent 8 yet? You must have by now, right? It's been a couple days since I last saw you playing True Side Order. But yeah, congratulations on getting Agent 8's palette out of the way. Whoops. And you checked the Japanese link for Maker 1 recommendations, and one of your levels is on the list. Wow, that sounds exciting. So, because I'm hoping to actually go through whatever I haven't already seen on that list, if I can dedicate a stream to it. Because I'm basically missing out on a lot of Japanese content in particular. So, and that's something I knew I wanted to fix with the last remaining days of this game. You know what? We're just going to damage booster this. Oh. And through this. Well, look at that timing on that cloud. That's cutting it a bit close. And we're totally not going to hit the top of the flag. That's okay. Close enough. Yeah, Dribbish Advisor. Glad to hear you enjoyed a Boom Boom World. Cloud section, well, I mean, you know, the cloud section, I was thinking at that point, we have the mystery mushroom, we're just going to run through it and not worry too much. It seemed like that was the right approach, even though I was probably just losing a bit of time from, you know, doing the first blind read of it. And Ikemoon, you're saying you know almost every level from this list. Yeah, well, it sounds like you know your Maker 1 then. I would say that we've played... I did look at the Japanese list ahead of time, and I would say we've probably streamed maybe a fifth to a quarter of it at most. Because, like I said, I don't know that many of the Japanese makers. Although, the reason I found the list in the first place is because I was trying to locate the Maker 1 profiles of some Japanese makers I know in Maker 2. And follow in Maker 2, and... You know, without actually being able to speak or write Japanese, I had to sort of exercise some search engine skills. Alright, the sky is falling. This is a 0.8. I think I'm going to log off for today, and we'll start with this one next time, because... Yeah, like I said, I usually don't run this... long too much, although we're going to have to run some long streams, I think, to have a realistic chance to get through Glackum this week. It's going to be 2 to 3 more streams of Glackum, I think, and then after that, we're going to be pretty limited in terms of how many complete maker profiles we can see, but I've been quite excited to get through more of these, especially as his technique develops, and some of these are pretty well known, I think. That's Crabs vs. Cannons, I had heard about before. It was actually in the Saku Museum level. And then I was told to expect good things of some of the later tower dungeons, like the Lich King level, and I think there was a Zelda one. So, oh yeah, Finally Forest, I think somebody had mentioned it to me as a level that uses a pipe glitch that was never patched. And yeah, we have lots to see. Lots and lots to see, and I do want to get through a set as one of my last major projects in this game. So we are going to adjourn for today. And yeah, MGM1, I mean, through being involved in 456 YMM, was connected to some Japanese makers, or at least got to follow some really good ones who were also interacting with us through that side of the community. And so, and of course I've had some recommendations before from people who were very active in both Maker 1 and 2 and much more knowledgeable about such things. And so yeah, we had just covered all of Manchufu, I think, earlier in the month. And, there's at least, I mean, I don't know how much time we'll have to do additional complete profiles after Glackum, but there's one Japanese profile I absolutely want to do. At least one. And then after that, we might just have to do like hit singles the rest away from the recommendations lists and from people who are suggesting on Discord and from viewers who are here. So as we wind down, I'm going to have to make some decisions about what we show, but We have 2.5 weeks left, basically. It's going to be a crunch. It's not going to be as bad a crunch as what the people running Trimming Herbs are feeling, but it's still going to be crunch. So we'll be streaming as much as we can over here. I've been doing lately maybe about 4 or 5 days a week, and we'll try to push it. So, and yeah, no, MGM1, no worries about lurking on a stream. That's what it's for, depending on your time zone. It's meant to be soporific in some ways. Well, I mean, I don't intentionally do it that way, I guess, but like enough people at this point have told me they fall asleep to the stream that I think it's a compliment. Anyway, glad I can provide. So yeah, thank you so much again, Moon, for coming by and telling me that we can expect one of your levels and possibly more than that. So we'll hopefully see you around for more Maker 1 as we try to bid it a proper farewell in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll cover as much as we can with the time that we have remaining. Again, it really depends on how quickly I get through Glackum. I do want to do this whole profile, but we might have to make some cuts if it comes to that. So, thank you so much for joining me and for all the good company today. We'll be passing you folks off to another stream very, very shortly. And all of you take care, whatever our next destination may be. Enjoy everything you are watching, playing, making, streaming, as usual. And until we meet again, as always, fare thee well.